Go live. All right, they can hear us.
Ooh.
Ooh. Ooh. All right, here we go. All right, hello, ladies and gentlemen. What's going on? Tonight we are doing a D&D one shot. This adventure is called Fortune's End. This is an adventure I wrote. It will be released to DM Lair patrons next month in October. These guys, they are patrons. Welcome, patrons. They get to play the game, the adventure before it's actually released. It's one of our patron perks. Every month, I pick some patrons to play in D&D with me. Well, these guys were chosen. So this is a level 6 adventure, I think, if I remember correctly. Did you guys make level 6 characters? Okay,
We
well,
did.
this is a
So,
level 6 adventure. All right, excellent. All right, cool. So we're basically just going to jump in and start playing because we got 4 hours and we want to play the game. Before I read the marvelous introduction to this scenario, what I'd like to do is just go around the table. Feel free to introduce your character. Let us know a little bit of something about your character if you'd like. And then if you want to introduce yourself, that's cool too. No obligations though. All right, I will start. I am Luke. I run the DM Lair. We publish stuff. We D&D and Pathfinder 2, and we run games and we make videos and stuff. And if you're here, you probably already know that. So yeah. All right, next. Tharnak, you're up. I'm gonna call on people.
okay.
I'll be playing Tharnuk. He's an Emerald Dragonborn Barbarian. He's a survivalist and a bodybuilder.
A bodybuilder.
Nice.
Nice. I did that when I was like in high school. I was like, I'm gonna be a bodybuilder. Oh, that never, no, that didn't happen. Aslan.
Father Aslan Castlear is a war cleric and just kind of a gritty guy who just cares about his party.
Awesome. Lord Tiberius Ravenhawk.
So I'm Eric. I'm playing Lord Tiberius Ravenhawk. He's a noble of some little backwater hamlet who's a little disgruntled about, not actually having the influence he thought he would have. And he's a rogue.
Excellent. Rogues are like probably my favorite class in the game. Love them. Eros.
So I will be playing Eros Dahlia, who is a satire Fey Wanderer Ranger. He played an incredibly harmless prank in the Sealy Court and found himself completely pushed out by everybody, and now he's wandering around helping other people to try and get himself back in. Doing no harmless tricks at all.
What was the prank?
Well, he decided he wanted to change a couple of features, shall we say, on the tables, and it might have backfired and accidentally exploded. I didn't know what I was doing, of course. Just innocent.
Well, that'll get you kicked out. In the Sealy Court, you said?
Yeah.
Well done. It could have been worse. It could have been the Unsealy Fae. Is that the other one? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Who we got? Garrett.
I am going to be playing Chip Orvid. I am a Shadow Sorcerer Kenku. So I'm a little 2.5 foot tall crow guy. And I was orphaned on the streets and at some point awoken my magic and used it to pull off kind of petty crime until I got caught and had to kind of turn my life around, let's say. So, maybe if a knick-knack here and there goes missing, that's cool too.
No, nobody worries about that. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Windvale is perched on the precipice of disaster. During the day, flights of pixies, corrupt to their core, visit the town, sowing utter confusion among the populace and causing them to wander about in chaos and even assault each other. Then, at night, packs of shadowy, hideous monsters descend upon the town, ensuring that even sleep can provide no reprieve, no respite, no rest. Sleepwalking is now occurring on scale, with some even rising and strangling others who sleep, often in the same household, pitting mother against father and sister against brother. Naturally, the town guard attempted to resolve the matter. A squad of guards followed a flight of harpies to an abandoned temple that lies 2 days west of Windvale, but only one guard, nearly dead, returned to report back that the mission had been a failure. Thus, Captain Iceland Ironsky has beseeched you all, a brave adventuring party, to put an end to all of this. Following the only lead you have, you've arrived at the base of the cliff wherein lies this abandoned temple. Ordinarily, I'd wish you all good luck, but not today, for this is where fortune ends. And I am moving you to a new map, and I shall describe what you see. I gotta use my keyboard, buddy. There we go. There we go. All right. Now, the Temple of Fortune's End lies on a cliff face, some 100 feet above the ground, but there is a trail that leads up to it. And then there's another 100 feet to the top of the cliff, so it's about halfway between this 200-foot tall cliff face. And the temple itself is set inside the cliff face, and just the door is apparent on the outside of it. And you can see two large rust-covered iron doors standing there. The walls to either side are worked stone carved with images depicting vibrant vegetation and flourishing wildlife. However, the carvings are faded, seemingly from weather and time. There are 3 ragged tents and a stone-circled fireplace standing outside the main doors to the compound. What would you like to do?
I think. No, go ahead, Eder.
I think I'm gonna go investigate the tent closest to the wall over here. Over that away.
Okay, define investigate for me.
I want to see if I can. There's anything left to kind of determine who is kind of staying at this camp or what their purpose may have been here.
Okay, give me an investigation check as you look the tent over.
Do we presume that these were the party that was sent up before, where only the one guy came back, that this was their tents, or does it look older than that?
My cat's knocking stuff off from my desk. So
It's gonna be a 4 or not 14 then plus 3, 17.
A 17. Okay.
Yeah.
So
So-
Chip, as you look over the tent, you can tell that these tents have been here for years. They're raggedy and old, weather beaten. This was clearly Aslan, not the guards that came here to investigate it. These are old, quite some time. Looking inside, and the ring of stones. There was a fire here once upon a time, but mostly it's all the ash and soot has been withering away, washed away.
Is there any other indication that we can find as to what the purpose of the camp was at that time?
Give me an investigation check.
I only have +1 to that. 14.
14. Looking around, you find some bits and pieces of old tools and stuff like that suggest that it could have been an adventuring party. It could have been sort of tomb raiders or something of the sort. Nothing too terribly clear. This camp has been here for so long that not much remains to give you evidence for what it might have been for.
Do the doors look like they would be locked or something that we could just go ahead and open up into?
As you look at the doors, they have big, huge, massive handles on them. You don't see any keyholes, so presumably they can be opened.
I look over at Tiberius and I say, "Is it safe to try to open these?" You're on mute, Tiberius.
Probably, but it doesn't hurt to check, I guess. Tiberius will go up to the doors and he'll look for, see if he can find any mechanisms that look like they might be trapped or wired or, any type of signs of a trap.
Give me a perception check, please.
That would be 20.
So looking around the door, you notice no traps or anything of the like. There is a crack between, this is a double door, and there's a crack down the middle of where the two doors join. And you can see inside just enough to see that there appears to be a large beam laid across the back side of these doors, barring it from inside.
Looks barred.
I could try to see if I can break it.
Looks heavy, so that beats me trying to lift it somehow.
Can I give him a help action?
In what way are you trying to break it, Tharnuk?
Can I tell if these doors swing inward or outward? From an initial glance.
They swing inward.
Probably try to do like a shoulder forward and try to slam the door, try to see if I can break through that beam.
Okay. And Aslan, how are you helping him to do that?
Standing next to him and doing the same. I got a 19
Doing the
strength.
same. Okay. So Tharnuk, roll athletics with advantage, please.
Got 14 and that 20, so a total 24.
All right, you fling yourself against these doors with all your strength as Aslan assists you. Your shoulder slams into the door, and they shake slightly. Some dust settles down. And as you recover yourself, standing back, you realize that these are really thick doors with a bar across the back. They're probably intended to withstand quite a deal of physical assault.
Also, they know we're here.
It was very loud.
Oh,
We
maybe
better
we
start
should try
looking-
another approach.
Yeah.
Tiberius will try to take, he's got thieves' tools, which is probably not going to be thick enough, but he's got a crowbar. Could he get the crowbar in that gap to try to pry that bar out?
So a crowbar is probably about maybe an inch or so in diameter. The gap itself is probably half an inch. So the little tip of the crowbar, you could probably get in there, but if you really want to get some leverage, you're probably going to have to hammer the crowbar in there.
Well, they'll make more noise, but I think we've already done that enough.
Well, before you do that, is there any other sign of an alternate entrance? Is there a window higher up that somebody more nimble could maybe get to the other side of this thing and let us in?
Give me a
hopefully
perception.
quickly
Give me a
before
perception.
something-
Give me a perception check as you examine the cliff face.
Okay. Let's see, natural 20 for 24.
Okay, so examining the entire cliff face, you do not see windows, entrances, anything of the sort. But it does occur to you that you have not gone across the top of the cliff itself. For instance, there might be such things like if this temple had a cooking area or chimneys and things like that, there might be some ventilation shafts and things like that.
What do you think, guys?
So we could either maybe scout out along the cliff face a little more, or I had the thought, would we be able to kind of open the door up a little more and get something in there if I used enlarge reduce to reduce the size of the piece of lumber kind of barring the door by half? To kind of give the doors a little more wiggle room where the bars kind of connect in, so we could kind of shimmy it out a little more easily.
Or maybe it'll fall out of the slots.
Yeah.
Also,
But
the
it's a
greatsword I
thought.
might be able to wedge in there.
Oh. Yeah, that'd be thinner.
Again, if we made a lot of noise at this door and there are something inside. You know, they might be gearing up on the other side. Maybe scouting around would be a better idea.
Yeah, after the loud attempt. So maybe we head off kind of over here to the right and maybe see what's further that way.
Sure.
So, Chip, you were asking about reducing the beam, right?
Yes.
Right. So you know that spell, so you're very well aware that as long as you can see the object and it's within range, you can reduce it to 1/8 of its normal size. And if that
So, I mean-
beam is reduced to 1/8 of its normal size, your buddies could probably snap through it like twindling. Wait, what's the word? Twindling?
Kindling?
Kindling. Thank you. There we go. That's a good word.
So, I mean, can I do a perception check to see if I can like hear anything like gearing up, like coming toward the loud, kind of crash we've made?
Sure. Please do.
Okay, so I have a perception.
I'm
I only
gonna,
have a +1.
Can I cast guidance on him before she does that?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, so that's gonna be 12
Plus a
What?
D4.
plus D4 for guidance. That's gonna be 16.
All right, you put your ear to the crack, right? It's got more clear way to hear sounds from within. And you can definitely hear what sounds like shuffling within and perhaps a fluttering of wings.
So presumably pixies, which we know have been kind of coming after the town.
Harpies were coming.
Oh,
after
and
town.
or harpies. Hmm. I don't know. What do we think?
Well, I mean, we came here to face him. So if we open it up into there we go. I'm down for what you guys think. I'm here to support.
I don't know if I like facing flying creatures on a cliff face with them inside and us outside. So maybe we do look for a passage in.
Okay.
Or we bust open the door and just rush in there as quickly as possible so we're off the cliff face.
I like the direct response. That sounds good.
All right. Okay. I'm seeing a consensus for just bust in and beat them up. So I will go ahead and cast enlarge reduce to reduce the beam in the door so he can kind of bust through more easily.
All right, you cast your spell on that beam and you can see it shrink down in size. It's now probably the thickness of maybe, I don't know, a few inches or so. It's quite thin.
All right, I'll shoulder to shoulder with Tharnik again if he wants to give it a shot.
All right.
Yep.
With
I'm
advantage,
ready.
athletics, please.
19.
And the two of you slam into those double doors. And as predicted, that locking bar can no longer hold back your combined might. And you hear it open as the two doors fling wide, revealing the interior of the temple. Reveal some stuff for you. In the center of this massive foyer, illuminated by the light that is now streaming in, stands a large brazier whose smoldering coals cast a dim light about the room. Against the northern wall lie two large stone statues carved in the likeness of a human bull and a humanoid fox. There is a pair of doors off to the west here, but the room is not empty. Inside the room, you can see four creatures. They appear humanoid, but they're amalgams of wood and leaves and vines holding themselves together, standing there looking impassively, stoically at you with frozen, dead eyes. And perched on the statues that are crafted into the sides of the walls are two winged creatures that you would assume were harpies, but all the harpies you've ever heard of were foul, hideous creatures, ugly, warded, reminds you of hags with wings, but these are beautiful creatures. They look more like elves, beautiful, graceful, harpies still, feathered limbs and all, but elven faces and beautiful features. And as the two of you broke the doors down, that was Aslan and Thardik, so you guys would have stumbled a couple paces in here with the momentum from your blow. You're standing in the opening of the foyer, and one of the harpies from atop the statue calls down at you. What do we have here now? Unwelcome visitors, it would appear.
Eros replied, I don't think we are unwelcome, are we? No, I'm sure I've seen you around before. Don't I know you from somewhere?
I don't know. Where are you from, my dear? And she's squinting a little bit because the daylight's streaming through the doors. You're standing outside still.
Oh, may I come in?
Oh, please. The doors and the locking bar didn't stop you. Why should my permission do so?
Well, it is only polite to enter such a beautiful maiden's place. It's lovely here.
Yes. Please come forward. Present yourselves. And
That's my bad about the door. I'm a really encouraging knocker. That's my bad.
Yes.
Are the four creatures, do they look undead?
They do not look undead. They just look like humanoid creatures made out of wood and leaves and vines.
Okay. The dead eyes was what was.
Their eyes are just like they're dead eyes, but they don't appear to be undead.
Got it.
Now,
thank you.
Your name, good satyr?
I am Eros Dahlia. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. And he bows low. His horns slightly touch the ground as he bows.
That name sounds familiar. Where have I heard that name before? Sister! And then the other harpy looks over. Ah, yes, I do remember now, says the other harpy.
Okay.
And what have you heard? He gets a little bit, puffs up his chest a little bit proud to be known and noticed.
Your exploits have not gone unheard from whence we reign and come on the Feywild. In fact, your prank is somewhat of a legend, I shall say. Enough to get you exiled, but not so much to get you executed. It was expertly put in place, I do say.
Why, thank you. I wouldn't call it a prank, merely more a harmless little bit of fun. Their politics are a little bit, well, dull.
They have sticks up their butts. What do you expect?
Yeah, very, very true. Very, very true.
You know,
so
if you were to side with the Lady of Ill Fortune, I would wager a guess that you would find yourself in most welcome company, and your skills would be put to good use. But instead, you are in the company of Oathbreakers. Why is that?
Oath breakers? I do not know this word you are using. What is an oath breaker?
It is someone who makes an oath and then breaks it.
who has made an oath and has broken it? None of these fine, gentle folk have made any oath, nor have they broken anything. They are. I can vouch for them.
And she looks at Aslan. You,
Who's already kind of like
human, Oathbreaker. Looks at Lord Tiberius. Asamar, Oathbreaker. And looks at Chip. We don't know what you are. It's indeterminate at this point. Feathered creature. But all of the rest of you are Oathbreakers. You hail from Windale, assuredly. They've sent you here to stop the retribution, the vengeance, justice that is being visited upon that town.
perhaps they don't realize that, and you could explain what you mean?
You Oathbreakers should know your transgression.
I'm gonna pipe up and say, since you don't know what I am, I don't know what the oath is. Could you maybe let me in on the oath?
I'll tell you what. I don't want to kill you with suspense. The satyr and the winged one may accompany us to the Lady of Ill Fortune and discuss this oath that was broken. The rest of you can wait here, for no oathbreaker shall pass. And then you can all tuck tails between your legs, run back to Windvale, and tell them if the payment is not made in full, all shall be lost.
Can I make an insight check as to whether splitting the party, whether we can trust them at least enough to be delivering a message and not just splitting us up to slay us?
Do you really need to make an insight check on that?
Okay, no.
You're welcome to make an insight check.
Don't go, guys. It's a 25. I think we're sticking together. Sorry.
Well, you're not going any further into the temple. Our business is our own, and your noses are not welcome. Except for his. She indicates Eros.
It would be most fortuitous if you could let us pass, or just for us to have a conversation here. I am sensing some politics are involved, and I am not one to be interested in politics. I'm here to have a good time. You look like you have a good time. That's what I'm here to do, is just have a good time. Would you care for a drink?
So your companions break down the door, and now you want to have a good time, have a drink with us.
Absolutely.
Well, we knocked once, but no one opened, so we thought it was abandoned.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I suppose that seems reasonable. And she looks at her sister. I told you we should have not let that one escape. Now they've sent more. But very well, if you want to have a party, let's have a party.
Will it be here, or do you have a beautiful chamber room that we can celebrate in?
Oh, would you like to all go before the Lady of Ill Fortune and celebrate with her?
Why rush things?
Because Eros, it's coming to that anyway, isn't it?
We will definitely wish to celebrate soon, but I do not know much about you nor her. Please tell me about yourself. What brings you to this slightly gloomy place? Someone of your radiance.
Oh, to bring more gloom upon it, of course. To punish the inhabitants of Windvale for the oath they broke. To make them suffer, to make them regret it. To make them kill themselves even. Turn on one another. And visit pain and ill fortune upon them. Until they practically beg the forgiveness of the Lord of the Patch.
You serve a lord.
Don't we all? Whether your lord is money or fame or fortune, or a person, or an archfey, we all serve someone.
I must say I'm a little disappointed.
Oh, indeed. Why is that?
Well, I value my freedom to be able to do what I wish. That was the idea of my amazing, and he puffs his chest up again, exploits of previously.
Freedom has its limits. You're not free to return to the Sealy Court, are you?
I could return if I wanted to. I just choose not. And he kind of gets a little haughty and just kind of slinks back a tiny bit.
Indeed. We appear to be at an impasse. I'm happy to stand here all day and talk, though. We will be busy shortly, though. You see, when the night comes.
Well, can we just see the lady and figure out what she wants?
I'm afraid I simply cannot allow you to pass. We have orders, you see.
I look at the others.
I guess we've all got orders.
Yeah.
And I was so looking forward to a nice drink.
Are we doing this?
I guess, yeah.
Doing
I
what?
sacred flame the one on the left.
What are we doing? Oh, so now you guys are attacking?
Yeah.
Well, now, if you're going to get violent and physical, we could let you by. We could certainly let you pass.
All right, I hold back.
Look, all I wish is for a good time.
Very well, then.
If you're happy for us to come past, we do not wish to attack. We are not that violent. Unless we need to be. We do not wish to fight you.
Stand aside, she gestures, and these wooden creatures step aside. And she gestures at the double doors right here. You may proceed, but don't say that I didn't warn you. Lady of Ill Fortune does not like uninvited guests, nor unannounced ones.
Did you not say I was invited?
You'll have to talk with her about that. We have our orders.
I'd say visiting death on the village is an invitation of its own. We all have something to sort out here.
I mean, you're being very unreasonable. I mean, we tried knocking politely. You won't tell us what the oath's about, so we can't help you. You know, you're really tying my hands here.
I just told you you could proceed. She gestures to the door again.
All
For
right.
some reason, I don't trust you that we should proceed.
So, let me understand this correctly. We spent
Austin's like already taking a step while you're doing that. Like,
We spend 10 minutes discussing why you're here and why we should let you past. You try to convince us to let you past. We deny you. And then when things are about to get physical, we allow you to pass. And now you don't want to go past. Could you please tell me why you are here? You seem to be wasting our time.
You're not killing anyone else while we're here, so I mean, it seems to be working. But
Yeah.
we should just go. I flip a
Yep.
coin to one of the harpies. Thanks for the help.
She snatches it out of the air. What kind of coin is it?
Gold.
A gold? Very nice.
All right. Are we moving? We're moving. As far as I'm moving.
Yeah, I'm moving too. I'm just skipping happily.
Again, sorry about the door. I just wanted to knock first. My bad.
All right, so you guys are at the double doors now.
Perhaps we knock and announce ourselves?
Well, they opened them, didn't they?
Oh, did they?
They didn't open them. They're closed.
It would be the polite thing to do.
We have been the epitome of politeness.
And as you approach the doors, you can't help but notice some of these wooden creatures are shambling behind you, keeping themselves perhaps uncomfortably close to you.
All right, I'm just going to open the door. Damn the torpedoes.
All right, you open the door.
What is that?
Inside this room, you can see large urns occupying the entire southern end, and a shroud-covered stone block stands in the center. Beneath the shroud lies what appears to be a humanoid form. The foul stench of death and decay fills the area. And there is a door to the north.
Well, there's those undead vibes I was looking for. I don't have good investigations. Does somebody want to look ahead before we step through this portal, or are we just going?
Yeah, if you let Tiberius, we'll squeeze through and start, and we'll kind of check around, look for any obvious traps or things hiding.
Okay, I'll step out of the way.
You're just stepping just through the threshold and looking around?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
give me a perception check.
21.
Beyond what was already described, you do notice that these urns all appear to be very old, perhaps 100 years or so old. Beyond that, you don't notice a whole lot. It's possible that the stench of death and decay is that humanoid form on the stone block, but you won't know until you get closer and give it a better whiff.
We should move in. Just someone watch our backs. I don't trust those things. And Tiberius will move up to the stone slab. Is it like under a sheet, did you say, or is it just out there on the...
It's a sheet. Yeah,
on
there's like a sheet covering a humanoid body underneath.
Okay. And then just looking around, the sheet doesn't look like it's tied down or anything. It's just over it, right?
Nope, it's not tied down.
Well, just I'll grab the sheet and remove it and
Oh boy.
pull it off.
Okay, you pull the sheet off, and the stench of decay and death gets a bit stronger as you do so. Underneath, you can see the body of a clearly deceased woman lying there.
It's a dead body.
And she is dressed very, very much in the same style as the populace of Windvale, the town that commissioned you to come resolve this issue.
Are any of us familiar with the people of the town that we would recognize this person, or are we all out of towners?
You're all. We're gonna assume you're out of towners.
Okay. All right. What do we want to do, guys?
Tharnuk,
What
are you doing?
I'm hanging back here in case these guys try anything while the rest of them are checking the room, but keeping one eye on that dead body in case it makes one move.
I'd like to kind of go up to the dead body, hop up on the table, and kind of investigate around, see if there's anything like off about like maybe the method of death or anything just about the corpse in general.
Okay, give me a medicine check, please. Tharnuk,
Check.
what would you like to do? You hear me, Tharnuk?
I got it.
Tharnuk, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Would you like to do anything?
I'm just kind of hanging back, watching the harpy-like creature near me, just seeing how they react as they enter the room, get close to the body.
Okay, the harpies all seem quite content. They have coy little smiles across their faces.
I asked the one closest to me if we're supposed to be meeting the lady. She doesn't look like she can be much of a conversationalist. I don't think she can be talking.
That's not the lady. Keep going. Just keep going.
And then I got a 14 on that medicine.
14. So examining the body, what you notice is that it looks like this woman was strangled to death by hands. You can see clear imprints of hands on her throat.
Would I be able to tell anything about like the species of the creature from the hands? Like if it's like a humanoid or
It's a
like one of the harpies?
humanoid.
Definitely
Definitely a humanoid. You don't see any imprints of claws or anything like that, so you presume it was probably another human. You would think if it were an elf, the hands would be like slimmer, right? Longer a little bit.
Mhm.
If it were like a dwarf, chubby fingers, halfling, etc. So this fits what you would think to be a human.
Something very strange about all this.
Eros, what are you doing?
I am kind of skipping ahead into the room if I can get past.
Yeah, you can move. Yep. As long as
Yep,
we're not in combat, don't worry about moving by people. Not a problem.
Cool. I skip past, look around, and go, oh, well, that's a little bit interesting. And looks back at them. You're like, shall we move on then? I'm looking forward to seeing this lady. I'm very looking forward to it. Shall we move forward?
Not good to stay around a dead body for long.
Yeah, keeping one eye behind and one eye ahead. I'm going to move in with the rest of the group.
As everyone moves in, I look back at them and go, "Don't you be cheeky now. I will be most unhappy."
She flies down, grabs the doors, and pulls them close. Now, good luck with the lady, she says as they close.
Yes, Tiberius will just move to the smaller door to the north and just see if there's any locks or and also look for traps.
Okay, give me a perception check.
That's going to be 27.
Do not see any traps that you can make out, and the door does not appear to be locked.
You guys ready?
Yeah, as he's opening the door, I just want to take one glance at the urns to see if there's anything unusual.
Okay. Are you looking inside the urns as well?
I'll look inside this closest one.
Okay.
You die instantly.
So the clay urns themselves are old, but not so they're not in particularly good condition. Inside the urn that you look in, you can see that whatever it contained long ago rotted away. All that remains inside is dust. That's just the one urn nearest you.
I think I'm not going to press my luck. I'm going to go back over by Tiberius. Someone else wants to look.
Terrified
I'll
of
be,
urns.
I'll be here to heal you.
Monsters, that's not a big deal. Urns? Oh no, I'm not touching
Yeah.
those.
I'm gonna go over here.
Those
Okay,
urns are
Alien.
terrifying.
By any chance, are these doors? Are they locked now? Did they lock us in?
You tried the doors. They don't appear to be locked. No,
Okay.
you don't
Does
think
it
they
look
locked
like?
you in.
Does it look like we could perhaps bar it from this side so they can't sweep in behind us as soon as we get into some kerfuffle?
It looks like
since
it.
they were
Yes,
since they were kind of following us.
those doors open into the room which you stand in. So if you were to place something in front of them, it would absolutely bar them, it appears.
What do you think, guys?
Or at least stack some of the urns there so we hear him coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, some sort
Pretty
of
good, yeah.
warning.
Shattering urns would probably alert you. That big, massive stone block, if you were to slide it across, would be a very nice barrier, too.
All right, let's do that.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Like a good idea.
Hearing muscles, I'm like, I can do that.
And I'll put the sheet back over the dead body.
Okay, so did I hear that you're sliding the block over, or are you setting the urns up?
I'm gonna try and slide the block to the door.
Sliding the block. And Osler, are you here helping?
Yeah, I'm going to help.
Okay, give me a athletics check. Tharnuk.
18.
18. So you guys both have, with advantage, if you didn't already.
I did.
Okay. You guys both put your shoulders in this, and it moves a couple of inches. It's very heavy as it's screeching across the floor. Given probably about 10 minutes of effort, you feel like you could probably slide it over to that door.
Austin picks up an urn and stacks it in front of the door.
So giving up on the block, you guys you stack some urns in front of the doors.
Yeah, because don't forget they mentioned about once it gets dark as well.
Mhm.
So
Yep.
we might be on a time crunch here.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
That's
too.
true.
What time did we begin? What time did we arrive at the doors? Would you say? Outside.
Probably about a half an hour ago.
But I mean, what time of the day? Like, how long do we have till nightfall?
It was probably around 10 o'clock in the morning or so. It was early in the day. You guys are
So we have-
seasoned adventurers. You know better than to go, without. Yeah.
Got it. All right. So Tiberius, you gonna open the door?
Yep. Tiberius will open the door.
All right. Tiberius.
Does it open in or out?
It opens inward.
Into the room?
Into the
Okay.
room, yes. And stand by. Before you, you can see a very large chamber with 3 also large wooden tables standing against the walls. Upon 2 of the tables, this one here and this one here, you guys can see humanoid forms wrapped in shrouds and secured with rope, all bundled up. Several urns are scattered about the floor here as well, and it appears that the passage leading east has long since collapsed. It is now full of rubble. Quite large chunks of rubble, by all appearances. But the room is not empty. Oh, come on, baby. Oh. Here we go. In this room, you can see 3 curious creatures. They are completely clothless. Their skin is the silver color, and their eyes glisten and sparkle. And they are very muscular, physiques of perfection, one might say. And they are busy at work in the room. It looks like 2 of them are busy putting the finishing touches on wrapping up these bodies in the shrouds. And one of them appears to be preparing this table here to the northeast, getting some shrouds and rope and other tools ready.
Have they like taken note of us opening the door at
They
all?
appear
Or have they
to
reacted?
not. They appear not to have. They're busy at work, heads down.
And what's the lighting in the room? Is it like bright light, dim light?
There is no light in this room at all.
Okay.
So if you're seeing, it's with dark vision, or you're probably not seeing at all, which is a good time to bring up. Who can't see in the dark?
Darn it, cannot see in the dark.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and I cannot either.
So we got a
Austin
couple
cannot.
of you that have probably technically been blind ever since they closed these doors here. So what's your guys' solution?
I could toss light on something. Whoever's going to like take the lead, perhaps.
Yeah, I've got light as well, so I could cast that on one person. So we could cast it on our two people that can't see, so they're always.
Right. Yeah. At least.
Cast it on my hammer or something.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have light cast on your hammer, and I'm gonna put that is Oslin. I'm gonna put a little aura around you so that we remember that you have light going.
Cool.
That's a 20-foot radius of bright light, 20-foot dim, if I remember correctly. All right, there we go. That's the bright light, and then dim extends for the same amount after that. Now, as the door opens, these creatures who were previously working in the dark at their task definitely notice your presence. Two of them toward the north here glance at you and scowl. This one here looks at you and says, "We are working. Close the door. Leave us be. Busy."
Passing through.
Sorry, just gonna head on through. Be out of your hair in no time, or out of your scalp.
It narrows its eyes at you and goes back to its work.
Okay, so
We continue.
yeah,
Yeah.
just continue until they stop us, or
Yeah.
if not,
Yeah.
we're going to go to the other door.
But I am going to like stay 5 feet, an extra 5 feet away as we pass. I'm not gonna go quite adjacent to them until I have to.
As we're passing by, could I do or perception or insider or something history to see if I know what these creatures are or have any recognition?
Are you proficient in nature or arcana?
Shoot. Okay, no.
Okay, you're welcome to make a nature check.
Okay, we'll try nature. Still not a great bonus. 16.
A 16. You're pretty sure these creatures are from the Feywild. That's all you know with your limited training and knowledge about such things. As you guys
Would
move
I
in-
know more?
You probably would. Give me a nature check. Or arcana, your choice. Or history, because you're from the Feywild. History will be perfectly fine for you too.
Let's do. They all suck, so it's fine. That is a 3.
A 3. You
I
know,
am too distracted by how gorgeous they look, I think.
Yes, you know nothing at all. As you guys move into the room, this one right here keeps glancing at you over his shoulder, and then finally his eyes go wide. What is this? What is this? He screams, and he shoulders his way past Eros, runs over to the shrouded figure down here. And this one up here looks down and says, "They didn't touch it, did they? They didn't disturb her rest, did they?" And the one down here, and lifts the shroud up, looks underneath, looks back to his companions. "Our specimen appears undisturbed."
Boy.
And then these ones here point north toward this corridor and the door. "Quickly, quickly, we are busy."
Good
What
work.
are you up to, my good, handsome fellows?
Oslin just goes right up to the hallway, so message received.
Just passing through, passing through.
This one comes back up and looks to Eros and addresses him. They're working. We're getting ready some beautiful specimens for the Lord of the Patch. You see, he enjoys his trophies.
I see. Fascinating.
Have you heard of hunters who will mount the head of their kill upon the wall?
I might have.
Yes. Well, we intend to present our Lord with some trophies that he might mount upon his walls, the walls of his throne room, back in the patch.
I think he could have a much better looking trophies than that. They're not
When-
quite my style, but
When you say that,
to each their own.
one of them strides up to you, then puts his hand against the side of your face and grabs your horn and I think you're right. The other one strides over to you, looking down at you. How tall are you as a satyr?
I think I'm like 3 to 5 feet or something. 5 to 7, 5 feet. I think I am.
5 feet. Okay,
Yeah.
so you're about their height. Okay, so he's looking over at you, looks you up and down. You would be a very nice specimen. Only our orders are clear. We're here for the Oathbreakers. You are probably not one of them. You don't smell like one, at least. All right.
But I'm still up for a party.
I'm sorry. Maybe you misunderstood us. We're
Ah.
working.
Okay. Maybe when you finish your work, we can chat again.
There's always more specimens that need taxidermy.
Well, we all must have a hobby. And I kind of walk away.
Yep, they're not stopping you. And they're
Alright,
going
so-
back to work.
Is this a door up ahead?
This is a door. At the end of the hallway here is a door.
All right. Since they seem fit to have just let us through, I'm just going to open the door.
And we fling open another door. As the light shines into the room, you can see two skeletons manacled to the northern wall here. And there are two odd protrusions that jut out from either side of the western and eastern walls. They appear to be stone slabs that extend from these walls, and each is decorated with skulls and stained crimson.
My investigation isn't great. I guess I would ask, does there seem to be any religious connotation to these protrusions, altars, whatever they might be? I'll take one more step in the room as
Religious? Are you proficient in religion?
I am, yes.
Cleric, yay. Give me a religion check, please. It's like, because there are clerics who are not proficient in religion,
That's only a 9.
A 9. So looking these over, these protrusions appear to be additions that were made to this room after the temple's original founders left. And they appear to be fairly new, even. Recent additions. And no religious connotations that you can see.
I'm going to step aside and try not to step between them. That looks like they're pointing to each other in a dangerous way. I'll let someone else take a look and see.
Yeah, can I hop up and try and investigate what the purpose of these might be? What was the reasoning behind the addition?
Okay. how are you going about doing that? Are you just taking a look at them, studying them, that sort of thing? Are you poking around?
I'll do a little poking around, kind of fiddle with things kind of here and there, check out like what this like is the red staining from like blood or
Mhm.
are these like actual skulls or like carvings of skulls?
Okay, give me a perception check, please.
It's gonna be an 11. Ugh.
Okay. So you look around these skulls and you're looking around, getting in close to them and stuff. And I mean, they're definitely skulls, probably humanoid. They're definitely humanoid skulls there from creatures. And they've been mortared into these protrusions. And as you're poking around and looking around, the only thing you notice beyond that is there's this very odd smell close by to them.
Could I identify the smell?
Give me an investigation check.
It's gonna be a 22.
You smelled this smell before. It reminds you of the time you opened a vial of acid and poured it into a lock, thinking that that would open the lock. It didn't. The door became permanently locked, but it smells like acid.
That's somewhat concerning.
You know, I asked Tiberius if maybe there's a door right to my right is the exit from this room, correct?
That's correct. Right over here is a second door leading to the south.
I'm thinking between these protrusions and you told us you smell acid, Chip,
Yeah.
and the door. I'm thinking trap all over the place. I just wonder if Tiberius can take a take a
Peek.
keen look.
Yeah. Why don't you guys get back into the hallway? Just if one of us is going to go for this, I'd
Fair.
rather just be one than all.
Okay, and as you get ready to do this, I'm going to cast resistance on you, which is a cantrip that if you need to make a saving throw the next minute, you can add a D4.
Okay. And we did just get a super chat for a boon. So
Ooh.
we'll do it was a $2 super chat. Thank you, Dice Goblin Wannabe. We'll say that you guys get one roll of advantage among the group. So if any one of you could choose to use this one roll of advantage at a time of your choosing. And for folks in chat, I have this Banes and Boon this Boon and Bane system, and it was all the intricacies of how it worked. It's not that intricate, but it was on a webpage that we had, and we recently switched over our webpage to a new domain, and my entire WordPress site is basically unaccessible, so I can't even replicate the rules and stuff. So what I'm doing tonight basically is based upon the amount of the super chat and whether it's a boon or a bane, I'm just gonna make up something cool. So you guys get advantage. All right. Now, somebody cast resistance on somebody, and what are we doing now?
I
So-
cast resistance on Tiberius in case while he's checking if he sets something off, it'll add
Okay.
to his saving throw.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, pretty much I'm just going to go along the floor looking for traps and then go to the door and see if the door's trapped or locked.
Okay, give me one perception check as you're looking through the room.
Okay, that is a 27.
And another one as you're looking at the door.
That is 25.
Okay. So you don't see any traps in the room. You do notice that the door definitely has a trigger built into the hinge. You're pretty darn sure that when that second door is opened, something's going to happen.
Does it look like it could be tampered with or locked from whatever it's going to spring?
Anything can be tampered with. It's just whether you successfully tamper it or not.
Disarmed, on the other hand.
So, well, if I die, give all my 123 gold to the people of the town. And I'm going to try to, whatever the trigger is, I'm going to try to take like a one of my thieves' tools or something in that bag and block it, or keep it so it doesn't activate? It looks mechanical, right?
Yeah, what it looks like is there is a hinge, and then there's a mechanism connected to the hinge. There's basically like a box built in flush with the wall that connects to the hinge. So theoretically, you could try to open this box up and see what's going on in there, try to disable it, disarm it, that sort of thing.
I will try to do that.
All right, give me a thieves' tools check.
18 plus 10, 28.
28. All right, you fiddle around with this thing, open the box up, see a bunch of gears and mechanisms poke and twiddle until you believe you have disarmed that trap.
I think it's safe. I'm going to open the door, and if I don't die, follow me.
Well, I could also perhaps cast a mage hand around the corner, direct it to open it up, kind of peek like out the door, out of the hall. That way, one of us doesn't have to like be bodily in there.
I'll take that.
Okay, so I'll move up here, toss out a little mage hand.
And so then I drop the resistance on Tiberius and recast it on Chip instead because he's going to be closest.
Okay.
Yeah. Now I'll throw out my little mage hand, have it kind of slowly open the door, so maybe we have a split second more to dodge back if we have to.
Okay, so peeking around the corner, you have your mage hand grab that handle and start pulling on that door, and there's some resistance to that door. These hinges don't look like they're used very often, and your mage hand isn't able to exert enough force to open the doors.
Well, I tried.
Back to the first plan. Tiberius will walk on back over.
All right, Tiberius goes back in.
And I switch it again, sorry.
Okay, okay.
And I will try to either pull or push whichever way the door opens.
You pull the door inward and it opens. You're pulling on it. As it opens, nerves on edge. Nothing happens. Door just opens.
As we walk through the room toward the door, again, not wanting to go in between those points in case there's something else going on there. The skeletons, have they been there a long time? Or do they look a little fresher?
Give me an investigation check as you look over the skeletons.
I don't have a gate. That is a 3.
A 3. You have no idea.
Yeah. Are they bones?
So,
all right.
There's a corridor through that new door you opened leading south and bending around a curve.
So Tiberius will pull up the hood of his cloak and start stealthily going down the corridor, looking for, as he's walking, seeing if there's any obvious traps, like pressure plates or things like that.
Make a perception. Oh, hold on a second. I should be doing a thing. I'm rolling your perception checks. What is your modifier, sir?
8.
8. You notice no traps as you move this way.
Looks clear.
And it winds a bit more.
I need to try that in my game.
I know to do it. I just always forget. I forget in my 5th edition games. When I run Pathfinder 2, it feels normal because it's like, but for 5th edition, I'm trying to get back into the habit of doing that.
So, Tiberius, if you are trying to stealth a little bit ahead, do you want me to hang back with the light?
Yeah, maybe just hang back a little.
All right, someone just whistle when it's safe.
And,
or when it's not and you need me.
The winding corridor stretches before you, unremarkable in all senses.
Okay. We'll move over, still kind of trying to go as quietly as possible to that branch. Yeah, turn.
And looking to the south, finally, the corridor ends in a door.
We got a door.
I ran this for another group, and every time they came into a door, they were like, "Another door? Come on! How many doors are there?" I don't know why that was a thing, but
Why would there be doors on a room?
I know it's crazy.
I'm going to follow to here just so I'm not too far away, but so that my light doesn't go into the, or at least the bright light doesn't go in.
And Tiberius will do the standard check to see if there's any locks or
You guys can pass me.
traps.
I'm just hanging back because of the light.
Yeah, if you could get a little closer with the light so I can have the light on the door, that would be good. So I can have a better look at it.
Well, then here we are.
You do not notice any traps on this door, and it does not appear to be locked.
Okay. I will open the door.
Open the door.
Oh.
Looking down
It is
in
not
this
another
room,
door.
you can see what is clearly a treasure chamber. Coins. Thousands of coins, albeit mostly copper and silver, cover the floor of this 40-foot square chamber. Rubble fills the passageway here to the east. And there are a number of other entrances and exits. You have a corridor off to the east. You notice that there is a door to the north, a set of very large doors to the north, and some doors to the south as well. Finally, lining the wooden beams in the rafters are hundreds of tiny birds with colorful wings, luminous eyes, and heads that resemble elves of all things. And these birds all are staring directly at you, Tiberius. Pairs of hundreds of eyes.
Tiberius takes a step back and closes the door. There are a lot of freaky birds in there.
And closing the door.
I'd like to make an Alfred Hitchcock check.
So they were like birds, but they had elves' heads. So that's not freaky at all.
All
Does
right.
that match the description of the pixies that the village said swarmed?
No.
Okay.
I don't. The village noticed harpies and other creatures at night. I don't think they ever mentioned pixies to you.
Well, your paragraph said pixies.
Did it?
So,
Oh, I probably
yeah.
I mistyped that. Well,
is
okay.
that's supposed to be harpies. Okay.
There it was supposed to be harpies. Yeah, I'm sorry.
It is now harpies. Retcon.
So we could try to probably move quickly. There seem to be two doors and an open passage. I say we move quickly through to the open passage because I hate birds even when they're not creepy elf-headed ones.
And also, I look at Chip.
A little hurt, but it's okay.
Yeah. Does
Perhaps just
and I
ask.
think
I mean, they have.
don't touch anything. No coins. Don't touch anything.
Guard your eyes.
Just coins?
Oh boy.
Just we could get them on the way out, Eris.
All right, cool. I'm happy.
This is an appropriate time for me to remind the players that many a time over my years of being a game master, I've heard the phrase, "We'll get it on the way out," or "We'll get it later." That almost never happens. Because it gets forgotten or other urgencies and stuff. I did want to mention Dice Goblin Wannabe, thank you for the super chat. That was a Bane granted to me. And so I will say that I can insta-kill any one of you whenever I feel like it. That'll be my Bane. And Rachel, I just... No,
How much did they give you?
Yeah, that's a good point. If I got like $100, I'll do an insta kill. For $2, we'll just do. I'll get advantage. Rachel did a Bane as well. Now for a $5 Bane, a $5 Bane. I'll take some healing for that.
Ooh.
All right, sweet. You keep those Banes coming. Sometimes the Banes will like clone monsters too. That'll be fun. All right, what are you guys doing then? The birds were terrifying, so now what?
Gonna go just into the room. We're gonna go quickly to the open passageway to the east. Yeah, to the east. Don't touch the money arrows.
So we mark well enough. Do we have enough sense of directions? The southern doors were the doors that we were on the other side of with the harpies.
I don't. Let's do an investigation check for that, please.
Dirty 20.
You're pretty sure that the southern door would lead back to the harpies. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. All right,
Quickly,
so we just,
but not too quickly. Rush casually.
Rush casually.
I mean, we've done pretty well asking if we can go through thus far. I mean, they have humanoid heads. Perhaps they can talk and be reasoned with. And
they looked at me in a not nice way.
Are they like tiny birds, like eagle, owl size?
Yep, they're very, very, very tiny, like the size of a sparrow.
The scariest ones.
Sparrows, come on.
But
They don't have beaks.
Hundreds of them.
Guard your eyes.
I
will take a deep breath and open the door.
All right, opening the door. Let me reveal my areas again for you. All right, you open the door, and the birds had looked elsewhere, but in unison, their heads turn back to stare directly at you, Tiberius.
Yeah. Smile meekly and start moving at a decent pace, but making sure he doesn't step on as many of the coins or try not to make noise to disrupt anything and quickly move across the room.
All right. We got another Bane for $10. I am going to take a clone monster for that one.
They hate us.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what do we do?
Please.
Banes sound more fun anyway.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
And
you know.
I'm being very careful not to touch one coin, even with my foot or anything.
So you guys are attempting to not even step on the coins?
I am.
Yeah.
Who's trying to not step on coins?
I'm pretty tiny, so I think I could manage.
And I'm in plate with a -1 dex, so
You could just toss me over.
Is anybody not trying to step on coins? Like,
I'm gonna be the one player who he wouldn't. He'd just be like strolling in, waving happily.
Okay.
Would you like a performance?
Okay.
Getting out panpipes.
You're welcome to give me a performance check. The other four of you, I would like a acrobatics check to see if you can navigate the room without stepping on the coins. 'Cause there's a lot of
I'm in
coins.
such trouble.
It's a 9 for Tharnak.
9. Okay.
21.
21.
That's a natural 6 -1, so 5.
Chip got a 16.
Okay.
14 on my performance check.
So a couple of you definitely step on the coins, jostling them about, causing the piles to tumble, and the birds seem to get agitated at that, fluffing their feathers, puffing their chests, kind of flexing. They don't move though, but you can see extreme looks of displeasure on their faces.
Don't pick up anything.
Eros, as you play your, were they panpipes?
Panpipes.
Panpipes? As you play your panpipes, a nice, beautiful melody rolls off, and it appears to soothe the birds. Their feathers calm down a little bit. They rest back on their perches. their faces become a little bit more neutral as they hear the sound of your music. And we got another boon for $5. So for a $5 boon, sorry, Squeak, we will give you guys a healing. So the way that works basically is at any point in time, you guys can use a bonus action to heal. It'll be the effects of a small healing potion, 2d4 plus 4 variety. So that's just a pool that anybody can use that one healing whenever they want to as needed.
Cool. Thank you, chat.
Yes, thank you, Mountain Oasis. Okay, Brandy is giving a $5 boon as well. So we'll give you guys another healing in your pool. Thank you, Brandy.
Thank you, Brandy.
All right. So, oh yes, you guys were walking across the way. So let me show you what's in that room over there, because there is no door.
There is no spoon.
Oh,
Oh boy.
Over here, you guys can see a chamber with unlit candles covering much of the floor, and what appears to be an ornate, though aging sundial standing in the center of that room. Where sunlight would come from to strike the dial is not clear, though. Across the way, you can see several creatures chiseling away with small hammers at a seated statue resembling a humanoid bull. And I shall reveal some tokens for you. Where are they? Oh, I got the wrong tool. There we go. Whee! And these, Aslan, look like pixies.
Oh, yay!
Yay!
pixies! Would we happen to have been told by anyone in the town what were they aware of what this was a temple to?
Stand by. I just want to describe the pixies really quickly.
Oh, sorry.
So these pixies, however, have wrinkly purple skin and small black horns protruding from their foreheads, and they have bat-like wings. As they're working away at this statue, doing whatever it is they're doing with the statue, with their tools, they are chanting a violent song about harvesting organs of all things.
Great.
And it appears like they're trying to remove a quiver of arrows that was made to be part of the statue. Like most of the statue's stone, but there's this quiver of arrows that's not stone. It's actually a real quiver of arrows, but it was built into the statue somehow, and they're trying to get it out of there with some tools, hammers and chisels and stuff. Now, to answer Chip's question, they didn't tell you in the town what this was a temple of. Now, anybody who's proficient in religion, however, is welcome to make a check, because you have been seeing some religious iconography throughout the temple at this point.
All right, I'll roll.
Okay.
But that is only a 13.
13. You are not sure. It's not. It's probably some forgotten deity or a mostly unknown deity, because it definitely is not a temple dedicated to any of the major deities. And as you guys stumble across the coins, causing no lack of noise, one of these pixies glances over her shoulder, takes a look at you, stops her work, and snarls, "What do you want?"
We should have come on the weekend. Everyone's working.
Don't mind us. Just gonna go meet with the lady. Got an appointment. Lord Tiberius.
If I could ask one more question, the 13 that I rolled, would that at least give me some idea of potentially the alignment involved? Like, is this, leaning evil or good?
Yeah, this deity appears to be a mostly either neutral deity or even goodly aligned deity. It appears, just from the iconography that you've seen, that it was a deity devoted to life and nature.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, so
Um,
one of the pixies has asked you what you want. And you said, you did reply. You said you're here to see.
Yeah, here to see the lady.
They look at you. What? And why is that?
Yeah. Why are we here?
I'm not very charismatic. I'm biting my tongue right now.
We were invited. Her lady invited us. We've spoken to the fine harpies at the front, and they were most gracious in letting us in.
He's a traveling performer. He's really good.
What?
So yes.
Why?
Oh, and what are you up to on this lovely day?
Nothing. Nothing. One of the pixies flies over and interposes herself between you all and the arrows, the quiver of arrows that they had been working free. Nothing at all. And the other one glares at you. Why did the lady invite you?
Do you not know who I am?
Should I?
You
You
seem
did
a
invite- Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
you seem a well-knowledged pixie. I am Eros. And he just pauses.
She makes
Expect.
she makes a history check. I'm sorry. Don't know you.
Oh. And Eros is kind of just a little bit hurt by that. Goes, well, we're only here just passing through. Your lady knows us.
How does she know you?
Like, because he's just sighing, frustrated. Because they have no idea. I am a little bit known as a little bit of a trickster. Some people would say. I just like to have fun. You look like you like to have fun. Do you not?
Do you know what's fun?
What's
then
fun? Tell
She
me.
sings you a quick song about harvesting organs from the tortured dead. And she looks at you with a smile. That's fun, wouldn't you say?
It's not my kind of melody or motif. May I play you one? And
No,
then Paul.
you're far too happy. You need to experience life more.
I have experienced life. What do you know? You say you do not know me.
Anytime
And he
Austin
starts to
just
get a little
nods.
bit annoyed.
I suggest you leave us be and tell no one what you've seen here.
Well, we're heading through. We won't bother you, but are those arrows for sale?
Absolutely not. They start looking at each other. There's a little bit of whispering going on as they lean in, look your way, and whisper to each other.
I'm ready to start heading toward the door and just go through the room, guys. But those arrows look tasty. Arrows. You're the ranger, right?
They do look tasty. Might I have a look?
Absolutely not. You're a little bit too curious, I must say.
You know, everyone says that about arrows. So, I mean, don't mind him. We're just going through. Get back to your work. We'll leave you alone.
You seem a little bit defensive.
They start glancing at each other. I think
Tiberius.
I've had quite a bit enough of this. I don't think you can be trusted to keep your mouth shut. especially since you've been invited by the Lady of Ill Fortune herself. I smell a rat. I think you're going to tell her exactly what we're doing here.
I'd like to persuade them that no, we are not. We are just here to see the lady. We're going to pass through. We're not going to take your arrows. I kind of look at arrows. Like, we're not going to take the arrows. And we can all kind of move along and go our separate ways.
Make a persuasion check, please.
Even +7. It's only a 13.
Oh! She called. 1 second. Oh, my dear Limerians! She calls out in a very melodic voice, and all of the birds look down from the rafters that way. They're trying to take the treasure. And the birds spread their wings, and as one swoop down off from the rafters, and then the pixie points at you and says, "It's time to harvest some organs." And I need all of you to select your tokens and roll initiative. You're stepping on my keyboard, buddy. That's not gonna work. I gotta get the turn tracker up. Let's go.
All right. I have not done that before on Roll20. How is that done?
Yes,
Sorry.
how is that done?
So, you guys are all rolling physical dice, so this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna add you to the turn tracker manually.
Okay.
And then you, a bunch of stuff just showed up. Let's get some people off from here. Once you're added to the turn tracker, you'll be able to just update the number on there with the initiative you roll, so you can just manually update that yourself. Once you roll initiative, and
I don't know if it's good or bad, but I got my 1 out of the way on my initiative roll.
then nice. Let's get these. I never showed you the tokens for all of these birds, which is fair because they were up in the rafters. But now they are coalescing into swarms.
Oh,
So
There we go.
supposed to be 6, but it keeps changing back to 0.
Yeah, I'm having that issue too.
All
It
right,
took me a couple tries.
I can get it for you. Aslan, where are you? 6?
6.
And okay, my guys get to go. Whee!
And then I don't think I'm on the turn tracker anymore. Something happened.
All right, I'll get you taken care of. Give me a second. I got this cat. Wants to rub his nose against everything. There we go.
I don't see your token either.
Oh yeah, I can't move my token anymore. That's weird.
Where is your token?
Yeah, it's gone.
Somebody blew
Yeah,
your
that-
token up.
that's-
I can see it on mine, but it's got a big yellow square around it, and I can't touch it anyway.
What happened to you? Okay, that's so weird. Can you refresh Roll20? See if I can't. Well, I can't even see your token. Who's that? Tiberius? All right, I'll go.
Yeah.
Now that I refresh it, it's gone, and it's back.
I just added it.
Okay.
All right. What was your initiative, Tiberius?
What was it? 1 + 4, 5.
Wow, you guys are rolling like champs. Oh my word, you guys. Well, let's see
We're all
let's
Good
see
until now.
what the
We
bad
are our
guys
own
get.
Bane.
yeah.
All right. We're gonna make this fun. I'm gonna use one of my advantages to roll with advantage on my initiative.
Uh-oh.
We're gonna make this fun. My wife did ask me to be merciful today. Oh, I got 2 11s. That was a waste of advantage. Jeez. I still beat you all, so I guess it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
All right, and then the other guys. Come on, buddy. Oh my goodness. Oh, good gravy. Oh, this is not gonna be fun.
Oh, dear.
Uh-oh.
Hmm.
All right.
Takes a nap.
I'm going to take a quick bio and get a drink before we kick this combat off, ladies and gentlemen. Feel free to do the same. And then we will be back shortly.
Is that just a little kitten, or is it just a small cat?
Oh no, it's just Fireball. Told my wife could only have 2 cats, and now we're up to 4.
Yes, we were done at 2 cats, and weren't gonna get any more until like an hour ago when the 3rd cat showed up. I haven't seen it yet; it's upstairs. But
This little guy was found at a farmhouse family of ours, and he got picked up by a dog. He was a chew toy, and it was during that 100-degree plus heat we had for almost 2 weeks straight. But he managed through it, so he got the name Fireball.
Right. Ready to rock and roll. All right. Fireball. Oh, that your cat's name. Yeah, I had a cat named Fireball, dude. I did when I lived down in Central America. I had a cat. I had two cats. One was called Fireball and one was called Ice. And the Ice was white. But he wasn't albino. He just had white fur. It was beautiful. He had like a little patch, I think, somewhere, but it was almost pure white. It was a very beautiful cat. And
Was
then
Fireball an orange tabby?
he wasn't.
Yeah.
He was a tabby, but like the black and gray type stripe, the striped ones, if that makes sense. Can't describe it very well, but yeah. But not orange. That would have been cool.
My Xena warrior princess is my cat, and she's a great tabby.
Yeah. Nice.
And
All
you
right.
have to say the whole name.
And we are in
It's a
combat.
fireball.
Let's get some. Oh, the little cutie. How old is he?
About 8 weeks.
Old enough to want to bite your
Oh.
face.
Yeah, this is Fireball.
Oh, nice. Okay, kill us.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen. First up are the pixies.
Oh boy.
The wonderful corrupted pixies. Oh, nice.
Oh, don't say nice.
This pixie right here flies across the room next to Chip. You're not going to take our arrows, sir. And she reaches out her hand and gently caresses your feathered cheek. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Okay. All right. It's only gonna be a 9.
A 9. Excellent. You can feel anger surging within you. Anger at Tiberius. You don't know about what, but it's enough to make you want to harm him. Please make an attack against him. As you're compelled to use your reaction to attack him.
Okay. So I guess I'm just gonna screw up my little bird face. Just rip the dagger on my hip out of its sheath. And just go for his dick.
All right.
That's only gonna be a +4. Oh, so that's gonna be 18.
18 will hit.
My tiny little arms. How did they do that? Okay. It's only gonna be 2 damage though.
2 damage to Tiberius. Ah, yes! Delicious! Delicious! This one swoops again, touches you on the chest. Do it again! Do it again! Please make another wisdom save.
Okay, this one's gonna be a 6.
Another attack, please, against Tiberius.
If he doesn't have another reaction, does he still have to do it?
Oh, that's a good point.
That is a good point.
The creature would know that, so I'm gonna have her go to Tiberius instead.
Okay.
And she'll touch
Yeah.
Tiberius on the chest and say, "Are you going to put up with that?" Tiberius, give me a
That's a
wisdom save.
9.
A 9, all right. Tiberius, you attack Chip in retribution.
Oh. So yeah, he just kind of manifests a little black-looking blade that comes out of his hand. That's cocked. A 15 to hit.
That absolutely hits me.
Damage.
So that is 9 psychic damage.
Oh, nice. 9 psychic damage.
Oof.
Chip, very nice. This is absolutely delicious. And
Told you
this,
about the birds.
by the way, we got a boon, and then we got 6 boons. We'll give you advantage on that. So you guys are up to 8. You have 8 advantages you can roll with at this point. And
Wow.
I got 4 banes, so I have some advantages.
Chip and Tiberius will just use them on themselves.
So don't
Yeah, I'm
don't forget
feeling
don't
one of
forget
those in my
about these.
future.
Don't forget about these guys.
Use advantage of those attacks.
And I am
Write
gonna
that
say
down.
I am gonna say since since like I have a bunch of advantages and you guys have a bunch of advantages, we can use our advantages to cancel each other's advantages out as well. So if I decide to use my Bane and roll with advantage, you could use one of your boons to cancel it out. All right, so I'm gonna throw that out there
Fair.
too.
And what's the total of advantages we have right now?
You have 8 right now.
8. Okay, I'm gonna put
Yeah.
that down so I
Okay.
remember.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm trying to keep track of that too.
I have them
By
all
the way-
noted down if you guys need to ask. This
Cool.
pixie over here looks back at Eros. My dear, don't you just find that hilarious? And she begins singing a song that carries the tones of an enchantment across it. This is spell casting. And as these notes float over to you, Eros, please give me a saving throw. Stand by. I gotta look up what it is.
Now would be a great time to use one of those advantages.
I think I have advantages on saves versus magic. Anyway,
Do you?
as a satire, yeah,
Okay.
like Faye.
All right. This is going to be a wisdom saving throw.
Okie dokie. So that is a nat 20.
Nice.
All right. So, for a brief moment, you can feel humor racking your bones. You let out a belly laugh and you compose yourself, though, quickly and realize that this is not a moment to be laughing. This pixie right here looks over to Astlin. And you? What about you? Do you find it funny? And she sings another melody. And please give me a wisdom saving throw.
I'm proficient, but I am going to use one of those advantages if everyone's okay with that.
Okay, I will cancel it out with mine.
Okay, fair enough. 11 plus 7, 18.
Oh, all right. And you, for a brief moment, begin to laugh, but then suppress the urge and are unaffected.
And Osler never laugh.
This swarm of small, elven-headed birds going to do something very horrible to Eros. Well, let's see. It is going to... Actually, this thing is going to... My speed... Oh, yeah. It is going to fly right there. It is swarming all around Eros, Astlin, and Tharnuk. And Eros was the one that was brazenly walking across the coins without regard for them.
I was also the one performing, and that soothed them.
That's true. And Astlin, you were being all... You failed your acrobatics,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
All
I
right.
can barely walk in
They
this thing.
they swarm around Astlin then. Their claws, their little tiny claws, hundreds of them, mind you, ripping at your armor and trying to penetrate. And armor classes, they do not
20.
get through. You successfully fend them off. And that'll be that one. Then this swarm right here. Oh. It's going to fly through here, right into that space. Hundreds of little birds flying around Tiberius and Chip. And let's...
Does that pass through any of our space where we can have an attack of opportunity as they go
Oh, that's a
through?
good point.
Or...
They can move through your spaces, but they would trigger an attack opportunity from Eros.
Cool.
Would you like to attack?
Yes, I would like
Okay.
to attack. So I kind of grab my quarterstaff as they pass. 13. That's a 16 to hit.
That hits.
And it does 5 points of bludgeoning damage.
Ooh. You hit one of the birds, and it flops to the ground dead. The rest stream past you. So out of 100, you got one.
I'm happy with that.
And as they swarm around Tiberius and Chip, they attack Tiberius, little claws raking at you. And Tiberius, that is going to be a hit as hundreds of little claws dig into your flesh for 21 points of slashing damage.
Oh,
And I use my reaction to attack Chip so I can't dodge. Uncanny dodge. So
Oh,
taking it
baby.
off. 21, you said?
21, yes. I do want to point out too that the basic house rule I have with uncanny dodge is after I announce that it's a hit, but before I announce the damage, that's when you need to declare using it. That way it just prevents, oh, it's only 5 damage, I won't use it type of thing, In the case where I do it too quickly, you don't have a chance, obviously there's grace, but just try to get it out there before I announce the damage. And so they dig into Tiberius, and that didn't look healthy. And it dawns upon you, this is not good. Eros, you're up.
Oh, am I within the swarm,
You
or
are.
is it just the size?
You
of
absolutely
I am
are.
actually within the swarm.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to try and calm them down and grab my panpipes and calm them down.
What are you doing exactly? Are you using a spell? A feature?
So I'm gonna pull out my panpipes and try to play my panpipes to try and soothe them like I did last time.
Okay, you're welcome to try that. You're very agitated and attacking your friends at this point, so you're aware.
I will attack them instead.
Okay, I'm not trying to
Because
say you
that might
can't
be a
do
bad
that.
idea.
I'm just saying that they're very upset. So just playing music, if it were accompanied by some sort of magic or a special ability, would be much more successful.
Okay, cool. So I am going to. Can I get out of range for them without an attack of opportunity, as I'm inside them as such, or if I move, will they attack?
I can't actually
With a
answer that question. From your experience as an adventurer, you know that most creatures do attack you as you move away from them. But I'm not going to give you the specifics
Okay.
on this creature.
Okay, cool. Then I will try and kind of swing an attack around me with my quarterstaff again.
Okay.
And I will also use my what's the dreadful strikes as well. Is that just a double check? Yeah, weapons deal extra psychic damage. Cool. If it hits.
Okay.
So I will use my quarterstaff. That is that's only a 10 to hit.
And you flail around at these birds, and they deftly avoid all of your strikes. Chip.
I am going to pop. Actually, no. I'm going to stay where I am. I'm going to cast Mind Sliver on this pixie over here,
Okay.
and that is going to be a DC 15 int save.
I failed.
Okay, so that'll be 2d6. It's only going to be 2, but you'll subtract the d4 off of the next save it makes.
So 2 damage.
And then
Okay.
2 damage, yeah.
Okay.
And then I'm going to burn 2 sorcery points to quicken a Tasha's Mind Whip on that same pixie.
And quickening allows you to cast what is a bonus action.
Yes,
And then that sliver you did, was that a cantrip?
it was.
And the mind whip is also a cantrip?
Mind Whip is a I was going to cast it at 2nd level.
Okay. You can only so when you have a bonus action spell, they can only both be cantrips, is my understanding.
Oh, okay. I must have misunderstood that.
I thought one could be leveled, the other had to be a cantrip. Is that wrong?
I think they both have to be cantrips, is my understanding of it.
Okay. Anyway, in that case, I'll probably leave it at that then. I don't really have anything else.
All right. That pixie, as you cast your mind sliver on it, she cries out in pain. Her bat-like wings flutter as she goes to the side, back and forth, and you can see blood streaming out of her ears and her nostrils. She looks like she was heavily injured by that.
Okay.
And Tharnak.
I am going to risk attack of opportunity, but I'm going to move through here and see if I can move past Chip and make it to the statue here.
Oh, you know what? If you cast a spell as a bonus action, the other spell as an action has to be a cantrip. That's exactly what you were doing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. Go ahead and do what you're gonna do then.
Okay. Doodly doo. Let me go back to it. Touch slide whip. So that'll be a DC 15 hit save.
All right.
And they'll subtract a D4 from that.
I failed. Yeah, and then absolutely failed.
Okay. And then that'll be 3d6. So that will be 13 psychic damage.
13 psychic damage.
Right.
Would you like to describe this, sir?
I just kind of cast my hand out at this little pixie, kind of clench up my little crow features, and just think really hard about probably just one of the worst times I could possibly, in my life experience, and kind of turn that into this lash of like psychic energy.
Excellent. And she screams in pain again, flies around in circles, slams into the wall, and on her back on the ground twitches in spasms as she dies. And now we'll go over to Tharnak.
Were the quiver on this side of the statue or on this side?
He's going after the quivers. they were on this side over here.
So I'm going to risk attack of opportunity. I'm going to go over to the statue.
You're going to risk 2 attacks of opportunity.
Okay.
3. There's a pixie there
yes,
too.
Thank you. Good point.
Sorry. That's a lot, man.
Wow. All right. Ooh, and that one on one of the swarms as you move out of it. And then, that's not a nat 1. That is going to... Oh, your armor class is extremely low.
Yep, just 13.
Yeah, that absolutely hits you. 21 points of slashing damage as you leave. Okay. These birds are clawing at you, rending your flesh. And then this pixie right here, as you move away, she will... So you're probably moving like you were probably like right here as you're moving away from her. Wait, hold on. Yeah, so you're gonna risk 4 attacks of opportunity. Oh my gosh, dude.
Right.
All right, as you're right there, this pixie is reaching out to attack you with her reaction, and she will miss you. And then this one, she is not going. Oh yeah, she'll try to hit you too. Yep, she'll try to hit you too. And misses you horribly. Wow. Rolling 1s and 4s. So you get to the statue. Wherever you've gone. Go.
Using the aspect of the bear, I'm using my strength. I'm going to try and break the quiver free of the statue.
Alright, give me an athletics check. A 13. So you pull on this thing, and they had already loosened it up quite a bit, but you're not quite able to get it out of there. And as you go to this quiver and begin pulling on it, the remaining pixies shriek in anger, turning their attention to you.
And I yell at them, Surrender, and I'll get you the quiver. Keep attacking, we'll destroy it.
Give me an intimidation check. I'm gonna give you advantage on that.
Good, 'cause I have a -1 on my intimidation. Oh, nat 20, so it's 19.
Okay, your threat has been delivered. We'll resolve that on their turn and see what they do. And is that all, sir? That was an action and movement. Are you all set?
I'm not going to raise just yet, so I'm going to hold off on that.
Okay. Ostlin, you're up.
So these birds are worrying me with the amount of damage they're going to do. So I am going to spend a 3rd level spell slot, and I am going to cast Spirit Guardians, which will catch all the birds and at least this one pixie that they'll start their turn. I'm not sure if the 15 feet will catch the other pixie up by up here by Chip.
What's the radius on Spirit Guardians?
It is 15 feet.
Right, off from Ostlin. Oops. All right. What do your Spirit Guardians look like? They resemble creature or object or something of your choice flying around that area.
They look like tiny ravens.
Ravens. All right, cool.
And they just swarm around, and of course, I'm probably really setting off Tiberius with that. Sorry, man, but they try to go one-on-one with the birds and chase after the pixies too.
Excellent.
So when they start their next turn, they'll take 3d8 damage.
Okay, excellent.
Or half on a wisdom save.
All right, we'll resolve that on their turn, and it's also difficult terrain where your ravens are flying around as well. Right. Excellent.
That's
well
correct,
done.
yeah.
I'm going to put a red marker on your token to indicate that you are concentrating on that.
Okay.
And that was Ostlin. Tiberius, you're up.
Lots and lots of birds. So Tiberius is going to use cunning action and disengage as a bonus action. Go 5, 10, 15, 20. So I guess he'll go up here. And then as an action, he will manifest a psychic blade and throw it at the pixie right next to Tarnuk.
All right.
Which is a 21 to hit.
That absolutely hits.
Okay. So that is 7 psychic, and then 8 additional for sneak attack.
And would you like to describe this, sir?
Black blade goes in to the chest, it kind of spreads and falls just down without and the blade disappears, so it doesn't even look like it has a wound.
Excellent. Instantly killed. Not a scream, a cry, or anything. Very nice. Is that all, sir?
Yeah, that is it.
All right, we are at the top of the order. Would you guys like to take a few minutes to discuss tactics at all?
So if we could make sure and not line up on top of anyone, I could probably burn a lightning bolt and hit both swarms and a pixie, if we deem it necessary.
If the three of us stay because we're aligned on one side of the hallway, so
yeah. So if you just don't jump on this side.
If you can move over one square and aim it back to the treasure room, you can get everything.
Those birds are nasty.
They are very nasty.
Yeah, that's it. I was going to be trying to save these spells till about 6 o'clock my time, and I'm like, oh boy, no, this is scary.
Spicy.
Yeah.
Other than that, I could do a darkness, but I could see through that, but that would probably impede everyone else a fair amount.
And at the moment, Tiberius is pretty beat up. Another bird attack, and he goes down.
That's what I'm thinking. I need to put some juice onto this. So
That's what I like to hear.
I'm just gonna try and stay in the middle of whoever's left to keep these guardians up and whittle them from there. So.
And so if they surrender with the arrows, I'll be ready to parlay. But if they don't, I'm more ready to go ahead and wipe up the floor with them.
Okay.
All right, let's do it. The pixies. Well, these two pixies.
They
The two
first need to make a
remaining-
need to make a wisdom saving throw first.
Yes, they start within the area of the ravens. So, Arnot's threat was delivered, but before they have a chance to reply, we gotta see what happens to them. And a wisdom save. What is the DC, sir?
15.
15. All right, roll me damage, please.
That is 12 points.
Your ravens tear the pixies limb from limb. Limbs, organs splatter the floor as they get tearing about. The pixies
This is like, okay.
Pixies are screaming in pain as they die a hideous death. They're not doing any more organ harvesting. They just had theirs harvested. And Tharnik, your threat was well delivered. There was no opportunity to reply, though.
Sorry, Farnock.
And now it is the birds' turn. They're starting within your
Yep.
Spirit Guardians, so we'll use the same damage you already rolled, and then I
That's fine.
will give you some saves. Was it 15 DC, 15 wisdom save?
That's correct. Yeah.
What kind of damage is that?
Oh, it is radiant.
Radiant damage. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, nice. All right. And it was, you said it was 12, right?
Correct.
Right. Your ravens tear up the birds just a little bit, but not extremely noticeable.
Okay.
And this swarm of birds right here, rather upset by Aslan's casting. Oh. A sweet, melodious drone begins to emanate from their wings as they fly around. And this drone seems to be pointed at Aslan. You can feel the sound reverberating off from your armor. And I'm going to do a thing.
Oh no.
Need to roll some dice. Roll 1d20. Roll 9d8. All right, how many hit points do you have, Aslan?
51.
All right, you can feel this sweet harmony causing your eyelids to droop just a little bit as you become drowsier. You begin to relax, your shoulders slump. You look down at the floor and it seems so inviting, but then you shake it off and come to your senses. Now is no time for a nap.
Whoa.
And this swarm right here is going to go after Chip, coming down at you, claws raking.
Oh no.
Armor class 11? What?
11.
What is going on,
Especially
you
a little
guys?
2.5 foot tall bird.
We have an 11, a 13, and a 14.
I did not expect to be the second highest.
Do our advantage boons allow us to ask you to roll for disadvantage, or is it only for us to roll for advantage?
It's you can roll with advantage, or you can cancel out my advantage.
Okay,
That's what you could do.
got it.
Going after Chip. I rolled a 2. But his armor class is an 11. Hold on. Nope, that won't quite hit you. Almost though. Jeez. You're like moving all over the place, batting them away. They're
Oh my
unable to get
God.
at you.
Just
You-
a bird the size of a toddler dodging sparrows.
And Eros, you're up.
Okay, so I'm first going to cast Zephyr Strike, which means moving does not provoke opportunity. And I'm going to move back to here. And then I am going to pull out my longbow and hit it, hopefully.
All right.
Which also will include the strikes, the dreadful strikes as well, if I do hit.
Okay.
That is a 12 to hit.
That does not hit, unfortunately. It goes right to the middle of the swarm, and all of the birds miraculously avoid your arrow. And is that all, sir?
Okay. That is indeed.
Excellent. Chip.
Okay, so I'm gonna move down here. The swarm is large enough that if I stayed right here, I could hit it and the second without stepping out of its range here.
Hit it with what?
Lightning bolt, sorry.
Yes, you could absolutely hit both of those.
Okay, we'll go ahead and do that. That'll be a DC 15 deck save.
All right, you gather lightning around you and cast it at these birds. You said DC 15?
Yes.
Oh, baby.
They seem dexterous. I'm worried.
Not dexterous enough. Give me some damage.
Okay,
My dice are
Clicky
these dice are
math
rolling
rocks.
super low today.
good, good. All right, so that's 8d6.
Long may it continue.
I'm gonna get some new
Yes.
dice. I'm gonna get some new dice. I have a pair of dice that roll super high.
All 20s.
Means that's 18 points of lightning damage to the both of them.
Excellent. Many birds fall down to the ground, fried, feathers darkened, standing out, bodies twitching, blackened. You're beginning to chip away at these swarms. You're also making them angry.
Do you just so, at your table? Do you tell us when they're like bloodied or anything like that, or is it just a little more nebulous than that?
Yep, I will tell you when they're lightly wounded, which is that they're mostly half hit points, and then from there we go up to like moderately wounded, heavily wounded, and then mortally or nearly dead. So
Got it.
right now they're still looking mostly fine.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
that'll be it for me then.
Excellent. Was Chip Tharnuk. Your threat
I
with
would
the
like to
arrows was not successful because they all died.
So yeah, at this point, I am going to rage.
All right.
I have. Where's the icon for that? There we go. I want to move in here toward this swarm. And my first attack, when I swing down with my great sword, I'm going to make the swing down with the flat of the blade, trying to hit as many birds as possible.
Okay. I want to point out that you don't have to actually go into the swarm space to attack it unless you want to. I'm just letting you know.
My goal is first attack's gonna be the great sword, but I want to try to use my breath weapon to see if I can make the cone hit part of this swarm and this swarm without hitting Osland.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to point that out. That's all. All right. Make your attack roll, please.
Great sword's not great. 11 to hit.
Unfortunately, that misses.
All right. Then for the breath weapon, it's a dexterity saving throw, DC 13.
What kind of breath weapon is this?
Psychic.
A psychic breath weapon? What kind of?
Emerald
what kind
Dragon.
Of, what are you?
Gem Dragon, Emerald.
Oh, cool. Awesome. All right. And what kind of saving throw is it? You say?
Dexterity.
Dexterity. A dexterity save for psychic damage. That's interesting. You would expect like an intelligence save maybe or something, but
Yeah.
well, I rolled really badly. Give me some damage, please.
Alright. That is going to be 8 psychic damage.
And yowzers. Getting new dice.
right before my turn. Great.
Merciful, merciful, he says.
Very
I think
merciful.
that's gone out the window.
All right, I have the set of dice that historically roll pretty well. They also land cocked a lot too, which sucks. I gotta sort them really quick. All right, there we go. All right, whose turn was it?
I just got done with my turn.
All right, so Astlin.
So I'm going to reach out and cast inflict wounds on the birds around me.
All right, that's a good spell.
That is a 14.
A 14. You just managed to touch some of these birds.
Oh, all right. That's 3d10 necrotic damage. Oh man, nice. 24 points of necrotic damage.
Excellent. A multitude of birds fall to the ground, feathers darkened, skin corroded away from your necrotic touch. And that swarm is looking heavily depleted at this point. Let us say moderately wounded. Awesome.
I'm just gonna stay there. Leaving gets me attacked anyway, so I may as well just stay there where I can do it again. So
Alrighty.
I'm good.
And Tiberius.
So, Tharnuk and Chip are in the swarm. Would I think I'd be able to hit the birds swarming around them without hitting them? Or
What are you trying to hit them with?
my psychic blades?
Yeah, you could absolutely try to do
Okay.
that. Just don't roll a 1 and we'll be fine.
Yeah. Cool. So I'll take a psychic blade attack at the swarm that's got Tiberius and Chip. That's only a 12 to hit.
That will unfortunately miss.
Okay. Then I'll use my bonus action to generate a second blade in my offhand, and that is a 16 to hit.
That will hit.
Okay, so that does 5 psychic, and then 9 sneak attack.
Beautiful. And that swarm is now looking lightly depleted as several birds fall to the ground dead, sliced by your blades.
And then I'll just take a step back.
For the arrows. We are at the top of the order. Would you guys like to discuss tactics?
I'm just gonna stay here with the guardians up and keep doing what I'm doing.
I'll keep trying to hit it from afar with a bow.
The birds are starting within the Spirit Guardian aura. Please roll damage.
Yep.
Wow, this is not rolling better so far.
Neither am I. That is only 7 points of damage.
Ooh.
On 3d8. That sucks.
Ooh.
All right. The swarms, several birds fall to the ground dead, ripped apart by your ravens and crows. And these birds right here They disengage.
As in that feat, like I can't attack them.
And you see them fly through the doorway over here, retreating in earnest, as most of their members are now dead on the ground. However, this swarm keeps attacking in earnest, swooping in at Chip.
Well, they don't like Chip. It's like the aviary gone bad.
These are bad birds, guys.
I told you.
Oh, that's a good number. I got it.
Oh no, bad numbers.
You now have birds covering you, claws latched onto your skin, little beaks pecking away all over you, letting the blood flow. 20. Oh wait, they're reduced to more than half. 10 points of slashing damage.
Okay, that did not feel good.
Could have been much worse.
It could have been so much worse. There's so many birds.
Eros, you're up.
Cool. Do I have line of sight with my bow here? What are your rules on that?
Just barely, but they're gonna have cover. You might want to step south some.
Cool. I'll move here so I can just see them very easily. And I will do what I do again. With my longbow.
All right, another arrow goes at them.
That is 24. That's 24 to hit.
Absolutely.
And that does 10 piercing damage and 1 psychic damage.
All right, your arrow kills a couple birds. That swarm is looking moderately depleted now. Any of its members dead, twitching on the ground. Chip,
Cool.
You're up.
I think I'm just going to stay where I am and just kind of pop it with a chromatic orb. So that'll be I don't know. It's only gonna be an 11 to hit.
That will miss.
That is it for me then. I'm gonna save that bonus action.
Tharnak.
My first great sword attack, I'm going to use a reckless attack. It's going to be 25 to hit
Oh yeah.
for 8 slashing damage. Actually, 10 because I got the +2 with the rage. Then I'll make another great sword attack. 23 to hit.
Absolutely.
And there'll be another 10 damage.
You're hacking away bird after bird, decapitated on the ground now. The swarm is looking nearly destroyed. Only a dozen or so birds remain flying around. Aslan.
Okay, Chip, how are you on hit points? Mr. Chip Garrett.
Oh, sorry. I'm about half. Not too bad. I have some healing potions that I could
Okay.
pop if necessary.
I'll save the spell slot then. I'm just gonna attack my warhammer, the swarm next to me.
All right.
That is 11 plus 7, 18 to hit,
Yeah, absolutely.
and 5 points. I rolled a 1 on the damage side.
You crush one bird's
One
wing.
bird.
It's on the ground now, hopping around angrily.
Good old gauntlets.
Is it also
And no bonus action. I'm just gonna stay there.
Tiberius? You're up.
We'll try first psychic blade attack on that swarm. 11, so I assume that misses. So I'll do bonus action, second offhand psychic blade for a 15.
That hits.
Okay, so That's a D4, so that's 7 psychic. And 16 sneak attack. Ooh, 23 total.
And that'll do it. As your psychic blade homes in on all the remaining birds, would you like to describe this?
Similar to the pixie, just kind of black blade flies at them, and then all of a sudden they just all drop.
Beautiful. You have dispatched the pixies and these birds that had you crapping your pants.
They did. That they did.
Combat is over, ladies and gentlemen. Well done.
I'm gonna go ahead and pop one of my potions of healing. As soon as that ends. Give me 7 back.
I've got 3 potions on hand in case anybody gets desperate too.
Yeah, I've got a couple potions as well. Tiberius is just gonna touch him like chest, give him a nice big hug, and use his healing hands to give himself some hit points back as Asmir ability.
Okay.
I was going to use one of the healing potions that our audience gifted us.
All right. That'll be a 2d4 plus 2.
And we had 2 of those, right? So
We
that's
did,
down
yeah.
to 1. Cool.
You want to grab another one? Are you going to use the other one?
6. Yeah, I probably should. That one hit.
Okay.
Doing the gauntlet of the attack of opportunity took some damage.
All right.
Then Tiberius is going to drink his one greater healing potion as well.
Yeah, it's better topped up now, guys.
Right. I'm going to cast.
Stay alive early.
I'm going to cast Revivify on myself. Get my bad guys back.
And after that, I go back and I try again to get the quiver out from the stone. Take a closer look at it.
The question I have is, do the arrows come out of the quiver, or is it all one piece? Like, you got to get the quiver out.
The arrows do look like they would come out of the quiver.
Eros excitedly goes over going, yes, please.
All right. Under Eros' supervision, Tharnak begins tugging on this quiver. Now that there is not the threat of combat around you, you manage with your great strength to pull this quiver out. And as you may have imagined, it tingles with magic.
I did not prepare identify.
Nor did I.
Is that something we can ritually cast, or do we have to have it prepared to do that?
Identify, if I remember correctly, is a ritual spell.
If everyone's good with taking a few minutes, I can cast that ritually then. It's on my list.
Yeah, I hand the quiver to whoever's interested. I'm not going to keep hold of it.
All right, I'll ritually cast identify over the quiver.
Okay, I think it takes probably like 11 minutes or so.
Correct. And in that matter of time, I say the birds are gone, Eros. Go grab some money.
I rush out there and just grab a
Okay.
bunch of money.
So Eros, you're scooping up coins as he casts the identify spell.
I'm listening here at the door, just kind of the combat. If we can hear anything on the other side, maybe stirring on the side of this door.
Okay, what's your perception modifier?
-1.
You hear nothing. Eros, you're scooping up coins. I mean, there's like thousands of copper pieces and thousands of silver pieces, so you're welcome to take as many as you can carry. You'll probably need a mule if you want to get everything. Several mules, in fact. And Oslin, when your spell finishes, you discover that this is a very heavily enchanted quiver of arrows. These are 20 arrows plus 3.
Whoa. Where is our bowman?
I'm very I perk up when I hear that and run back.
I'm like, yeah. So I hand those to Eros for his use.
Cool.
I'd like to check out this sundial. Is there a hole in the ceiling for the sun to actually hit it?
You look around and you don't see any holes in the ceiling at all.
Hmm.
It's the most curious thing, a sundial indoors.
Are there any other features in the room that would be like a focus for magic to, create like a sunlit conditions in there, something to make that dial useful that we would be able to determine.
So, looking around the room, you do notice that the statue that some of these tokens, all the dead bodies. The statue had that quiver of arrows on its back, but it appeared to be once holding something above its head. Much of what it was holding is now broken away, but it was a globe of some sorts. Perhaps it was a representation of the sun.
I point to the door out to ask Tiberius to take a look at it.
Yeah, there's a door up here in that room you're in, and then obviously there's that door out here too. And then there's the double doors out here, big double doors.
Yeah.
So you're pointing to was Osman pointing to the ones in this room?
Yeah. I'm curious if it's locked, if there's something about the sundial or this that is more than just ritual, if it's some sort of puzzle to open the door or something.
So yeah, Tiberius will then check that door, looking for any traps, see if it's locked, anything that stands out.
Your perception is a +8.
8, yeah.
All right, you look that door over, and there are no traps. And it does not budge, though, when you try to see if it's locked or not. But there's no keyhole on it either.
So I can't move it. Doesn't seem to have a key.
Does the sundial rotate? Oh, sorry. Does the sundial look like it would move or rotate?
The top of the sundial does not. It's not made to rotate or anything. It just has like a triangular piece on the top of it. It's angled in a certain way.
Could I, for instance, cast like a light cantrip on something like where the globe it looked like he was holding was? See if that does anything.
My spirit guardians would have dropped by now.
Okay.
Circle of money. Speaking of light, do we need some again?
Probably could do a top up on that as well.
Oh yeah, you need to have a light spell up. Somebody does.
Yeah, I'll ask them to put it back on the hammer.
All right. Chip, you were casting the light spell on the globe where the globe once was?
Yeah, to see if that has any effect on like the sundial.
Okay, you cast light on that globe and the globe begins to glow. And it starts to glow brighter and brighter than you would have expected from your spell. And the light from it strikes the triangular piece on top of the sundial, reflects off from it, and strikes this door across the way. As it strikes the door, it swings open.
Does it go right through us? Like
It does. It burns a hole directly through you.
Instant death.
Instant death. Yeah.
Fatality.
Nice.
Well done. Chip has killed 2 characters.
Mm.
And
So
you
happy.
can see a corridor stretching before you.
All right, Tiberius, you gonna scout again?
Yeah, he'll move ahead as stealthily as possible with his hood of his cloak up. Get to the corner.
Are we worried about those other doors we left behind at all?
A little.
I mean,
I didn't hear anything
one
back
of
there.
one of our least perceptive members didn't hear anything, so it's probably fine.
Well, my only thought is that the double doors were kept closed to us in the front, and there's big double doors there. And if we're looking for the lady, I just wonder if
We're walking around the lady.
maybe that's better to catch her by surprise. I don't know.
Yeah.
So, excuse me.
Ooh, we just got a $10 boon. That's clone. I now have 2 clones. Thank you, Rachel.
What's it? Those are boons or banes?
Oh shoot, it was a boon. Oh, I thought it was a bane. I was all excited. Come on, Rachel. What's wrong with you?
Can we half the enemies?
All right, so that was a $10 boon. So that's gonna give you guys a random magic item. Stand by.
Ooh.
Rachel, what table should I roll on? You gave us the boon. It's like A through G are your options. Oh, Richard gave me a Bane, a $20 Bane.
Ooh.
Now I got 2 clone monsters. Rachel wants table E. All right, let me find table E.
The head of Vecna.
Not the eye, not the hand, the head.
The head.
Whole thing.
Oh, table E is a bad table, Rachel. You should have chosen F. I'm gonna give you F. It's a better table. All right, I got a 6. A 6 on table F. Ah. Let's see. Tiberius is a rogue. And who doesn't have a magical weapon?
My weapon is not magical, but I have gauntlets of ogre power.
Everybody else has a magical weapon?
I
Theirs
don't.
is kind of, they're psychic, but they're not technically
Oh,
magic.
I got a +1 greatsword.
Plus one more though.
Rocking the +1s. All right, well, I'm gonna re-roll then. I'm gonna give you guys something useful. There we go. What's this thing? Well, Tiberius, as you come around the corner, you can see a ring lying on the ground in front of you.
So Tiberius is going to pick that up. That looks nice and shiny.
You pick it up and it tingles with magic.
Got a ring. Seems magical.
We can take another 11 minutes. I can identify that.
If we do, I'm gonna go check that door just to see if I can hear anything. Only if we do, though.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah, why don't you check that? I'll go ahead and ritually cast identify on the ring.
Okay.
I'll come with you and check and come along with you just in case things appear.
All right. So Chip, perception. What's your perception modifier?
+1. Not huge.
Ooh. You can definitely hear what sounds like talking beyond those doors. Muffled. Can't make anything out, but there's somebody behind the doors talking. Identifying that ring. It is a ring of the ram.
Oh, nice.
So who would like to carry that bad boy?
Remind us what it does.
Yes. It breaks crap.
It does.
It has 3 charges. When you're wearing it, it does require attunement. You can spend one of the 3 charges to attack one creature you can see within range, +7 to attack, 2d10 force damage, push 5 feet back. Alternatively, you can spend 1 to 3 of the ring's charges in action to break an object you can see within 60 feet of you that isn't being worn or carried. The ring makes a strength check with a +5 bonus for each charge you spend. So, you can attack creatures and break crap. And whoever wants to have it will just assume that you get automatic attunement with it. Because it's a magical special ring that just magically appeared because people gave you a boon.
Well, who could use that the most attack wise in place of what you'd normally do, or to augment what you'd normally do, like chip, bonus action magic, and then
Yeah, it wouldn't be bad. I have it's not bad because I'm gonna be sticking back from everybody more anyway. Give me an option other than a cantrip per se, or yeah, just wasting a turn on a cantrip.
up to you guys.
Yeah, doesn't matter to me. I'll take it if no one else cares for it.
I think it's you, Chip.
Alrighty. I'm gonna smack some stuff.
Nice. Little bird going.
Yeah, little tiny. The door blows open. It's a tiny bird person.
Yes.
Oh,
The office alone make it worth it.
Yeah. Do we want to follow the path, or do we want to go and see what they're talking about?
I would presume they probably heard the commotion. Surely. We were fighting not very far away.
Well, here's the thing. We're trying to find the lady, and the pixies were enemies of the lady, right? They didn't want her to know what they were doing.
They're like doing something under her nose.
Yeah, so we could presumably, if the people behind the door are servants of the lady, we could presumably have a conversation and not have to get into another altercation.
I am fairly deceptive and persuasive. It's worth a shot.
I am quite persuasive and performance-y as well, and can deceive a little bit.
If we're going to do that, Austin's going to post up. Oh, well, apparently he's not going to do it. Okay, there we go. He's going to post up here where he can keep one eye on the hall and one eye on what's going on here with the doors. What do we want to do, guys?
I guess I'll just knock on the door, bang my little fist on it, and say, "Hey, these pixies out here doing some stuff they weren't supposed to do. We took care of it for you."
I like that approach.
Let me roll up front with what's going on.
You knock on those doors, declare that, and the doors swing inward.
And we all die.
Not yet.
Explosion. Ooh.
We're getting there.
Okay.
You see before you what appears to be an audience chamber. There is a raised platform accessible by 3 sets of stairs that dominates the northern stretch of this chamber. Atop the platform rests a massive stone sarcophagus engraved with images of vegetation and wildlife. 2 large braziers with fires burning in them occupy the western and eastern wings. Standing in front of the sarcophagus up on the platform is a stunningly beautiful woman in elegant flowing robes. She fans her face slowly with an ornamental fan. A few other stunted fey creatures, their clothes grubby and shaggy black hair hiding much of their faces, lurk about the edges of the room. Give me one moment. I can't eat. And the woman up on the platform, fanning her face, calls out, "Ah, yes, my dears, please come in. I've been expecting you. Please, please, don't be shy."
I see nothing wrong. I'm gonna head right on up. Maybe not quite that close. We'll stay
Eros is just
medium
like-
close.
He's coming straight in, just puffing up his chest as he walks in.
And as you go in, you can see that these other fey creatures with the shaggy black hair, grubby clothes, they're only about 3 feet tall or so. They remind you of young girls, only they have a glint of something hideous and evil in their eyes, and they clutch dolls in it. Each of them has a doll that it clutches in an arm or clutches to its chest. Dolls that appear to have seen much better days. One of them smiles at you, Eros. You see fangs. "Ah, yes," the lady calls down. "You are most welcome in my hall. Now, please, why have you come?"
Tiberius just turns to Aslan and, like, at a whisper under his breath, "Crap, was Eros really invited?"
We would love to know more about this oath that the nearby town seems to have broken.
Yes, the Oathbreakers. You are their representatives, then? Authorized to speak on their behalf?
You could say that, yes.
Excellent. Let's put this business to rest. They owe my lord a tithe. Have you come to deliver it?
We were told of no tithe.
Of course not. They broke their oaths. You can't expect them to tell you the truth now, can we? They probably hired
Terrible.
you for a sum of money to come and what? Slay us all? They break their oaths and they hire assassins. Convenient, wouldn't you say? Cover up the trail?
More to Chip than I said. They didn't actually tell us to kill anyone. They just want it resolved.
They technically, we would love to resolve this without violence, if at all possible. What would the amount of their tithe be?
10 years.
10 years?
Yes. 10 years. 10% of 10 years of the bountiful harvest that my lord granted the people of Windvale. That was the deal. He saved them from death by starvation and famine. We were on the precipice of disaster, and they begged and pleaded, and no one answered them but my lord, the Lord of the Patch. And he came to their rescue and granted them 10 years of prosperity. In exchange, all they had to do was gather up 1/10 of each year's harvest, store it up, and then deliver it to my lord at the end of the 10 years. And they didn't do that, did they? No, they did not. And so now, these Oathbreakers suffer, and they shall continue to suffer until my lord has what he demands, or they perish. But what is the value of the life of an Oathbreaker, I ask you? Much. Not much.
So to be clear, this is a portion of their crop and harvest that is supposed to be brought to the temple?
That is correct. Not to the temple, to my lord, the Lord of the Patch. This temple is but a place from which we prey upon those fools in that town.
And if they were to correct their action, where would they deliver this? Perhaps they have forgotten.
Oh, well, you could just bring it here. I can make arrangements for it to be transported to my lord, but we've already scoured the town. The harvest was not collected.
I'm not the charismatic one here, so I don't want to speak on behalf of the party. But a question is this process of scouring. When are you satisfied that you have made your point? And if they agree to resume the tithe of their harvest in the future, would you relent this bloodshed?
There is no future. Their chance has come and gone. There are but two options before the Oathbreakers: perish or pay what is due.
A question for you. He's been watching very carefully the whole time. How are they to repay the tithe, you say, if they are haunted by what they have done? By their punishment? How may they repay that tithe? For they are foolish mortals.
That is not really my concern.
You wish to be paid, or your lord wishes to be paid, I must say.
My lord wishes to receive what is due him, whether that is payment of the harvest, or whether he has to reap it from their flesh. Either way, he will be satisfied.
Can you quantify what is due?
I absolutely have it quantified, and she reaches into her robes and pulls out a thick scroll. All the calculations are here. And when I presented this to the mayor, he scoffed. I will not relent.
Well, then wouldn't it be fair to say that the townsfolk don't need to be punished, but the mayor does?
Yes.
In for a penny, in for a pound. All of the Oathbreakers knew what the deal was. They collectively refused to honor it. Mayor or no mayor, you cannot hold the soldiers blameless when the general orders a unfit command.
This is me trying to persuade her now. I have watched these humans. They do not work in the same way as us. They are less, they're just very odd, and there normally seems to be some hierarchy of some sort. Often those who are punished are not deserving.
Well, we're just punishing everybody. We'll get the deserving with the undeserving. Justice sometimes is dirty.
I lean up to Chip here. Just take a step forward, since he's also of the persuasive type, and I say, ask if we can persuade them to correct their error. Will they give us 3 days? Just relent for 3 days for us to go deliver the message and come back. And then if they still refuse, then we wash our hands of the situation.
Indeed.
Okay. All right, so we have a proposal for you then, and for your lord. We need but 3 days to go convince the Oathbreakers of their ways, of the error of their ways, and we will take the one ultimately that is responsible, and you may do with them what you wish, along with receiving your tithe.
This temple lies 2 days away from town.
Okay.
So is 3 days what you
Then-
need?
So we would need 5 days.
5
5
days.
days.
Travel,
Okay.
talk, travel. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
5 days is your request.
Unless you could get us there faster somehow, but I would hate to ask too much of your hospitality.
Well, my forces could use a well-deserved break, I suppose.
Exactly. You have worked incredibly hard. I see that you, with your beauty, if I might be so bold, you are quite incredible. And this situation, I feel, could be resolved, and those who need to be punished can be punished with merely a conversation versus having to get your hands dirty.
What are you trying to say exactly? I hear honeyed words with a purpose behind them.
I am merely commenting on and supporting what my compatriots have mentioned around sorting this out in an amicable manner.
Yes. I suppose that it would be okay to take a 5-day break from our activities. And after all, we do have several trophies to deliver to my lord. By the way, my dear satyr, would you like a doll? And at this point, one of these sullen-eyed, raggedy-clothed creatures comes forward, pulls out another doll from underneath her nasty clothing, holds it out to you.
Yes, please take the doll.
And I roll insight on that
What do
as
you
I
try-
look at the doll
What are you trying to do?
to see if it's safe to take it, because I can see and I'm looking at them and how they're behaving oddly.
Okay, please roll
My
insight.
my character wants you to not take it. My person totally wants you to take it.
It would be really funny. I am not very clever, so let's roll insight. Oh, thank goodness. 17, 18, 19, 20. That's a dirty 20.
You're pretty sure that it's not a good idea to take this doll. Like, they got something planned here.
Thank you for your gift. It is not of my kind of style. I graciously decline your gift for now, and bows his head
And
and steps back a little bit.
the child snatches the doll back, snarls at you, bearing fangs, and then retreats backward a little bit into the shadows. You have offended her. That was not wise. But take your 5 days. And please, come back with good news.
I said, let's get out of here.
Yeah.
On the way out, I'm gonna call back, say, we killed some of your pixies. They were trying to steal your stuff, so we figured we were doing you a favor. Bye.
Wait, what?
Of course, we stole it, but we don't tell her that.
What were they? What were they trying to steal?
Oh, they wanted some magic arrows off that statue, but we told them that'd make you real mad. They shouldn't do it, but they attacked us instead. They stick these birds after us. Not like me. I'm a real bird.
I told them not to touch.
Real bad.
arrows. Very well, then I suppose you've done me a favor. I appreciate that. Take your
Let's
days.
go. Can we go out the front? Not take the.
The bird passage.
Yeah.
All right, you guys get out of the temple with no issues whatsoever.
So during that conversation, did we get the sense that she believed what she was saying about the contract and then breaking it?
What's your insight modifier?
My insight modifier is 2.
2.
My headphones
She
are dying.
absolutely believes, and you believe she was telling the truth about what she was telling you for sure. You did not feel that she was deceiving you at all. She was pretty forthright.
In the future, guys, we maybe should have asked a few more questions about the people we're taking money from.
Yeah. We really may have been the bad guys on this one.
I mean, they are like harvesting organs, killing people, wrapping them up, taking them somewhere. So, I mean,
But those Fae guys, they're real backwards.
Excuse me.
This is probably all peaches and daisies. Ain't that right, Eros? I like lean back, kind of elbow.
As soon as we are like away from the front of the temple and walking, I want to read the scroll.
Which scroll is this?
The scroll with their demands.
Did she give it to you?
Oh, did she not give it to us?
I don't recall her giving it to you.
Oh yeah, no, I don't think
You didn't ask for
I
it.
would have absolutely have asked for that. I thought she was handing us like, here's what we want. And
Yeah.
I did not clarify
Would
that.
you like to go back in and get it?
Yes.
Yeah, you go back in. Oh, back so soon. Did you forget something?
The scroll with the demands that would help us
Ah, not so clever, are we? She
No.
tosses it your way.
Okay. Can I make a dexterity check to see if I actually catch it because my dex is so bad?
Sure, go ahead. Do like an acrobatics or a dex save, your choice.
5 minus 1, that's a 4.
You absolutely drop it on the ground, fumble it and drop it.
And I clumsily pick it. And
Please excuse my clumsy friend. And I kind of go over,
just leave.
pick it up.
Quickly now.
yeah, I just march clunk 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 out the door.
All right. You guys
I
have-
bow as I exit.
All right. You guys leave and you're traveling back to the town, I presume?
Yes.
Yeah.
And as soon as we're out, I want to see what the actual demands are.
Okay. So you look through
First thing, do I sense any magic about the scroll?
nothing magical about it.
Okay. Yeah, just open it up.
You open it up and you can see that it's just tons and tons of calculations, numbers and math. It's got a tally of the days and the years, the months and everything, all the different types of produce that was produced and everything. And then finally at the bottom, there is a sum and it clearly lists exactly what is due.
Would I know enough to see if that strikes me as reasonable or as something that is absolutely confiscatory?
So this would have to do with knowledge of our agricultural production for a region like this.
Is that a history thing?
I think history.
proficient in history.
I think history would be okay for that. It's definitely an intelligence-based thing, so history will work.
Natural 16 for a dirty 20.
So looking this over and what you know about the Wind Valley region, this does seem to be a lot. Like, you would not expect this much to have been produced in a typical agricultural region like this. However, she did mention that this lord had granted 10 years of bountiful harvests and productivity. So taking that into consideration, it doesn't seem unreasonable, but it would definitely assume a very good 10 years of bumper crops.
So this is like a cumulative number. So if it's 10 years and it's a tithe, they'd have to turn over everything they produced in a good year.
That's correct.
Okay. That's a problem. So as a little ways away, I'd like to have the discussion of whether this is even a conversation to have. I feel like it's on the village, right? I mean, if they actually made this deal, and do all the villagers know about this, or is this a deal that only the mayor has made?
Right.
I still think we have to have the conversation.
Yeah, and we were in the town. Do we think there's any possible way they would be able to have this amount of crop or money that they're demanding?
I guess
mean-
I guess we should have asked if if they take coin, if the coin value.
It did.
Yeah.
It did have money on it, didn't it? It was like the money owed. Is that not right? Because it was calculations.
There was no money calculations on there. It was just the crops.
Okay.
And you guys were in the city, but like you didn't notice. You weren't like inspecting granaries and stuff to see like what they have. So you just don't have that information, you know.
All right, we need to go back and talk to them. I think.
Is this city relatively like remote, or is there somewhere nearby that perhaps if we had to, we could like try and, I don't know, organize some collection of produce from surrounding areas? I don't know. That probably is unreasonable with the time frame.
It is a little remote. There are cities and towns nearby, but the quantity of goods you're talking about is considerable and would take quite a bit of time to gather and would not be inexpensive.
Maybe we just tell them all to flee as fast as they can. And we just bring the mayor back and say, I don't know where they went, but we have this guy.
I kind of like that.
Take everything you can carry, nothing else, get lost.
Especially if he was the only one that.
And also, then we're gonna have to fight her. So
yeah.
And the mayor may have been the only one that made the deal. It may have been all the town folk all in agreement. It may have just been him.
Well, that's what I'd like to see. Like when we, in front of the town, say, "Hey, a deal was made," and everybody but the mayor goes, "What?" You know,
Yes.
Oh my god! All right, as far my vote is that we head post haste back to the city to talk to them.
Agree.
Get a lay of the land.
Yep.
Who's ultimately responsible here? Because I mean, it unlikely, but it's not crazy that if, like, say, there's an agricultural farmers guild type thing, they could have all gotten together and said, "Yeah, we need to do this. There's no way else we'll get out of here, or survive this famine."
Yep. All right, I think that's a consensus. So yeah, we want to go back to the town and find out what the hell from their side of the story. I'm sorry, what the heck? Forgive me.
That cat's going crazy.
Yeah.
He's only got what, like 100 of them?
I think he's got like 7 or 8 or something like that.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
a good amount.
We got 8 now, I think. Hold on.
Yeah, 8 now. Jeez.
Mommy. Any of those. The pasta kitties. Yes, 8.
Wow.
Okay. So you guys arrive to Windvale.
Assuming that's a long rest on the way, and
Sure. Yep.
Cool.
right. So by the time we get back, was there two, like if it took us 2 days to travel, they endured another 2 nights of attacks and then travel back. So that have they endured like 5 nights of attacks? Well, not if they agreed to wait, it wouldn't be 5 nights, but still they endured a couple nights of attacks and then they stopped, right? So it's been a couple nights where they didn't have anything happen by the time we get back. Is that correct?
When you get back, you confirm with them that they have had a couple nights where nothing has happened, surprisingly.
Okay. Other than that, I should not be the one talking.
I say I'm just gonna. I would say we would probably know where the mayor's at, presumably.
You would, or you could find directions from the populace.
Who
Okay, so
hired us though? Was it the captain of the guard guy?
Yes,
That
Marshal
okay.
Iron Sky, the captain of the guard, is the one that hired you.
I think we should talk to him first.
yeah,
Her.
maybe get some support.
Yeah, but didn't the rest of them, like, he sent people in there and they didn't come back?
There's one that
Only
did.
one came back who
Yeah.
was really badly injured. So
Yeah.
they don't
I think he
seem
meant-
very competent.
I think he meant more support with the mayor and the
Yeah,
conversation.
yeah.
not
Oh, with the
Maybe
mayor, yeah.
politically, yeah.
So you guys want to go to the mayor first?
I think I vote Marshall. I think we go see her first.
Okay. All right. So yeah, we go see the marshal first.
Okay. You find Marshal Iron Sky in the barracks, in her office, and when you come through the door, her eyes light up. She stands up and says, "It is done then? You've done it? It's over. It must be, because we've had 2 days of nothing. Thank you so much." And she's pumping your hands, and then your reward. We must get your reward.
no,
Just
stop,
wait right
stop,
here.
Stop.
About that. This may be a little more complex than we had imagined.
And she sits down in her chair heavily.
It would appear that a deal has been made with. We're not sure whether it was the leadership of the town. They seem to be laying blame equally.
Why did you talk with them? Any good, competent adventuring party kicks down doors, cuts off heads, and asks questions later. Why did you talk with them?
We
we were
technically did
hired
things
to
in that order.
Yeah.
If we were hired to kick your door down and take your head off, would you think that's fair?
I mean, if it's in the contract.
It's funny you should say contract. Because you are missing what, by our accounts, is a full year's harvest to what I presume to be some sort of archfey that blessed your fields in your time of need.
Yes. So, I don't know what happened because the tithe was collected every single year. And the mayor took the tithe, and he was presumed to be storing it up, but when the 10 years were over and it came due, it was nothing. It was gone. There were granaries built. Dozens of granaries, you must understand, but they were all empty. All of them.
Were they suddenly empty? Was anyone keeping track of the tithes throughout the years?
Yes, the mayor and his guards
the mayor.
were
The
responsible
mayor got
for
bought
that.
a new
Did you
car lately, or
Just the mayor.
He was personally responsible for making sure that it all happened and was taken care of.
Hmm.
may have personally sold you up the river.
Yes.
Or the Fae stole it and then won it as payment as well.
They do not
Fair.
do. They are not like you.
Also fair.
We've had this discussion before.
True, we don't harvest organs.
Neither do we. Most of the time, they were odd.
Outliers.
Could we count on your support in confronting the mayor about this situation? Because
Listen,
it would appear the blame ultimately is going to lie with him, unless he can prove his innocence.
Or at least the responsibility.
if you can prove that he was somehow behind the grain and the produce's disappearance, and that this is all his fault, if that can be proven, then, well, I suppose, yes, I would support that. I don't know how that helps us, but Yes.
You know what the best part of this is I couldn't imagine any situation where I would need to prepare Zone of Truth.
Uh,
Ah.
A spell that never gets used might get used.
Uh-huh.
Now, was it just the mayor and like the guards that knew about this contract, or the whole town knew the reason why they were storing all this grain and all the produce?
I mean, anybody who was here for the last 10 years would have known, yes, I presume. It wasn't a secret.
So everyone is a little bit culpable for this situation.
Everybody did their part. Every single farmer, I ensured of it. The grain, the produce, everything was delivered to the mayor's yard.
what was the town's understanding of what would happen if they didn't pay?
There was no need for them to know the unpleasantries that might follow.
But some knew, like the mayor, yourself.
Leadership took that burden upon ourselves.
You humans are so stupid.
And you have cloven hooves.
We prefer greedy and self-centered.
Asa just says, I'm good with stupid.
Yeah.
I'll take a little stupid.
Yeah. We've got to go talk to the mayor, but boy, we need some leverage.
Do you not? This is me trying to persuade the guard. Do you not find it a bit strange that it all just vanished? Like, in terms of your evidence that you say you're looking for, all of the evidence points to it being to do with the mayor himself, not yourself. As you said, you looked after it very well and made sure everyone delivered, and yet it seemed to vanish. Does that not give cause for evidence?
Well, it's convenient. The mayor said there were thieves. Thieves took it all.
That's a lot for them to take.
Be a lot for the mayor to move without someone noticing either.
Should we go take a peek at these granaries before we visit the mayor?
Yeah.
If there's a way to do that and fast forward time enough.
We only have a day.
You guys are
Well-
welcome. You guys are welcome to take a look at the granaries if you wish.
Could we perhaps get the marshal to just get every able-bodied man, woman, and child to just frantically begin pulling in the harvest in the hopes of maybe making some sort of dent in it? Because
While we look at
they
the
would be
granaries.
starving.
I
Yeah.
want to see if these granaries look like they've been used, or if they just put a little bit of stuff and he was just selling that stuff out the back door.
I mean, maybe a couple of us could check out the granaries and a couple go confront the mayor.
I
Yeah,
thought they
some-
said they delivered it to the mayor's yard.
Oh yeah, it was the mayor's yard,
yeah.
not the granary.
Right. He might
So
not
they
even
not
have
even-
bothered putting them in. If the granaries are nice and just dusty and not used,
The
We
marshal
never made it.
The marshal tells you that so the mayor has his like estate and that he had constructed a walled yard to house the granaries so that they would be protected. So his estate is right next to where the granaries are.
well,
Okay,
great.
so-
Then we can all go there together,
Yep.
and those who are persuasive can go talk to the mayor, and those who can investigate can look at the granaries, and those of us who aren't good at either will supervise.
Important position.
Okay, so raise your hand if you are going to talk to the mayor.
Yeah, I guess I'll go because I'm same for investigation.
Okay. All right, so Chip and Eros are going to talk to the mayor. Astlin, Lord Tiberius, and Tharnuk are going to the granaries. Okay. All right, so the three of you arrived at the granaries. Tharnuk, what would you like to do? So there's a wall surrounding them.
Looking around.
I mean, we would ask the marshal to get us access to the granaries.
She does not. She can't do that. The mayor holds tight control over access to the granaries.
Of course he does.
Tharnak?
I know they mentioned the possibility of thieves. Do I see like any like non-humanoid footprints or anything like that, or like any wagon tracks are leading somewhere other than the mayor's yard?
Give me a survival check.
9.
Okay, so there are very clear wagon tracks that lead up to the doors of the yard, and so there's like big, huge gates, and definitely some wagon tracks there. Looking around the area around the walls itself, there's no real tracks that you see, especially nothing that would constitute back and forth that would be required to like carry all that produce and stuff over the walls or something like that.
So unless they had like a magic trapdoor in the yard or can magic it away, they didn't really haul it anywhere else.
So what you're saying is the where Eris and Chip have gone to talk to the mayor, that whatever entryway is there is also the only way to get access to the granaries.
No, there is a yard adjacent. There's a walled compound adjacent to the estate where the granaries are housed. The estate is outside of that.
And then the entryway to where the granaries are is guarded.
No, it's not. There are no guards posted there.
Now let's go look at the entryway to the granaries, and maybe we just go in.
There's two big, massive doors, gates that lead in there.
Assume they do not just open when pushed.
They, in fact, do. They don't appear to be secured at all.
Well, that's not a good sign.
No.
Well, let's go look at the granaries.
Let's go look.
All right, so you guys are inside the granary yard, though. The gates admit you freely. And looking around the side, you don't notice any guards or anything. And there's about a dozen large granaries built in that yard.
Can we look into get access to the closest one and just look inside?
Okay, so there are like spouts and stuff that will let you like let the grain and stuff flow from the bottom. So you could open up one of those things and look in. The other access is climbing the sides to the very top where the grain or produce or whatever is dumped inside the granary.
Austin ain't climbing anything. I'll look through the spout.
Okay, you open that up and peek down in there, and nothing comes rushing out. It's completely empty.
Would I be able to tell if it like is it dusty? Has it never been used, sort of thing, or does it smell like grain?
Give me an investigation check.
I would like to use one of our advantages for this, if this
All right.
is okay.
Yes.
Okay, because I don't have a great 8, and that's with advantage. Rolled a 7 and a 4.
So you do not smell anything that resembles any type of food, produce, or grain at all. Reaching your hand in, you feel about the inside, and there's definitely a layer of dust in there. You don't think
to let you roll that? I'm sorry.
You don't think. Well, this is trivial. You don't think that there was probably ever anything stored in.
I'd like to do that to a few more of the granaries real quick.
You guys check a few more. There has never been anything stored in these.
And look in the surrounding area, because usually if you're transferring food, fruit, some will fall off the wagon here and there. Is there like anything laying on the ground produce-wise at all?
Okay. So what's your perception modifier?
-1.
Well, we set the wrong guys for this.
You look around the yard, and you notice that the wagon tracks don't, like, they come to the front gate, and then they continue on into the yard, into the center of the yard. You would expect the wagons to go to the various granaries if they were unloading the granaries. They don't. They go to the same spot in the center of the yard. Poking around, you find underneath the sod on the ground what appear to be doors leading down into the ground.
Oh.
I let the group know.
Oh, we should check those out. Tiberius wants to go in and just look at those doors. Do the doors appear locked, or are they just also? How do they open?
They open
Yes.
up. They open upwards.
Okay.
They're pretty big doors, 10 by 10 each.
Karnak, Ostlin, you want to open these up?
We'll take a pull. One door each.
Sounds good.
All right, you guys open it up, and as daylight shines in, you can see down below what looks to be a railroad track. Except that railroad trains don't exist, so you would mostly associate it with a mine cart. Like a mine would have like rails and then, you know, carts that would carry things. And there's a double set of them, and there is in fact one cart on the rails right below you.
And what's in the cart?
Looking down, it's empty. There's nothing in it.
How deep down is it? For how big of a drop?
Well, first of all, there is just inside the doors, there is an elevator, like an industrial type elevator that looks like it's used to lower and raise people, stuff, whatever you might be putting down there. And it's about a 15-foot drop down.
Do we want to warn the other two before you head down, or do we just investigate here and now?
Well, the other two have already approached the doors of the estate, knocked, I presume, and announced themselves. The door opens, and there is a gruff guard looking at you. He's got a bit of a belly. Looks like he has not been very physically active, as well-paid guards that don't see a lot of action are. What do you want? He's just looking at arrows and Chip.
The marshal, she sent us to, we completed the quest, attacks are gonna stop. She wanted us to come tell the mayor personally, said something about some commendation medal.
Oh, yeah. What's your deception check there, bud?
We're gonna do, it's gonna be 20, dirty 20.
What's your modifier? I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, +7.
Okay. That seems reasonable. By the way, as you guys are approaching the doors, you noticed that there was a train of wagons, 3 of them, staged out front. And there were servants carrying packages and loading them into the wagons. The guard tells you, "Oh yeah, come on in. We'll get you taken care of. No worries."
Can I roll an insight to see if he's actually gonna like take me to the mayor or just waste my time until somebody gets away?
What's your modifier?
Insight modifier is going to be +4.
He doesn't give a flying crap.
Okay. Okay. All right. Lead the way. Maybe one of us should go try and duck back with an excuse to go check out the wagons.
Wait, what? What do you mean?
Oop.
What about the wagons? Now his eye is narrow.
Well, it seems like y'all are moving a lot of stuff. Are we moving mansions? The Lord Mayor gonna perhaps add on to the estate, needs to move out for a little while? Awful lot of stuff you got there in those wagons. I was just wondering if maybe we could head him off and meet him at the wagons.
He reaches out and grabs you by the collar. All right, you're coming with me. Let's go.
To the mayor?
To the mayor. You better believe it. To the mayor.
Okay,
Asking
perfect.
a lot of questions. All right, Hoof boy, let's go. Gesturing at.
So
Is he a man?
we are adventurers. We are here for our commendation,
Doesn't-
not to be manhandled.
Doesn't look like a man to me. It's more like bird handling.
Pipe
Bird
up. I
ha-
am a bird.
Exactly. Yes.
All right, whatever. He lets go of Chip. Anyway, get in here. Let's go. You're going to go talk to the mayor. And he ushers you into a waiting room where you wait for 10 minutes or so under his guard before the mayor finally comes in. And he is introduced by the guard as Deacon Hallowell. And he is an older man with short, graying brown hair, well maintained, and a curled mustache. And he is wearing very fine clothes, finery of the aristocracy, you presume. He comes in and smiles at you. Now, I hear that you were asking lots of foolish questions. Why have you come?
I love what you're wearing, may I just say.
Why, thank you.
It is regal, even.
It's
Beautiful.
very few kings could afford attire like this, I might add. Imported silk from the farthest regions, sewn by elves themselves. The finest clothiers money can buy, yes.
Outstanding, if I may say.
I thank
You are a gentleman of high regard, I see.
And you
And
are a
yes.
dear man of very fine tastes, I see. Goat,
Indeed,
goat,
indeed.
Goat man, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with your species.
That is fine. It is. We are, shall we say, unique diamonds.
Would you like a drink, good sir?
All right.
No, excuse me.
Of course you would. Servants, bring wine, the very finest. And
I
then
just happened to be watching Chip's face when you asked that.
moments later, servants come in with trays with drinks, goblets of wine, and you are served up. And the mayor takes one as well and begins to drink. This is a very fine wine, imported from the very best wineries in the region. Please drink. Be at ease. Fellows with such fine tastes.
Can I roll an insight to see if I trust the drink?
What's your modifier?
It is a grand total of +3 on insight.
You get no like bad motive vibes off from him. In fact, he honestly seems to be you buttered him up a little bit by talking about his clothing, and you seem to have hit on a topic that he enjoys talking about.
Fantastic. I take a goblet and
All right.
and just smell the finest.
It is actually very good.
Yeah.
Now, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit today?
Well, we have great news. We've come to tell you we've taken care of that bad business with all those fae creatures kind of coming and running amok. And figured we'd come and tell you ourselves, maybe get to know you a bit better. You seem to be apparently a very profitable businessman. Perhaps maybe we could trade some tips here and there.
Oh, well done. That was quite the problem. Yes, those demons running about and doing horrible demony stuff. It's quite unfortunate indeed. So, yes, I do appreciate that. The people of this fair village will likewise be quite happy. Now, have you received a reward yet? We'll get you a reward and get you on your way.
No, the marshal actually directed us to come to you, with many good things said about your, fine taste. She said you would be most, likely to find something appropriate for a task this monumental.
Absolutely, I'd be happy to reward you. How much was it? What was the agreed upon price again?
I believe it was 2,000 gold. It was
yes.
quite the
A pittance.
challenge.
A pittance. Bags of gold! Bags of gold, quickly! And it takes about 15 minutes or so, but you soon have some bags of gold with the 2,000 gold pieces in them. There we go.
And Chip was never seen again.
As Chip is having a chat and talking to him, and perhaps even distracting him a little bit as he's talking, could I cast Pass Without a Trace so that I can have a little look around and see if I can find something untoward?
Okay, so you're casting the spell so you can slip away unseen, basically?
Yes.
Okay. Give me a stealth check. With you have a plus 10 on it, I believe.
Yes, I have a plus 10 on my stealth check as well. And is that in addition to my base stealth as well?
Yeah, you get your base stealth plus and then a plus 10. That's from Pass Without Trace.
23.
All right, so you slip away, and Chip, you're soon alone with the reward.
Perfect. I'm gonna tuck it away safely.
They're large
maybe
bags. Where are you tucking them?
Oh, okay. Oh gosh.
We got 2,000 gold pieces. These are
a hefty amount.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna keep one close by, kind of sitting next to me on this side. The other, I'll just kind of set over here. I am gonna slip a few out, kind of reach in, slip out, 5, 10 gold, just kind of stuff it in my pockets.
Okay.
Toss out some pretty rocks that I picked up.
All right.
And then, so the mayor and I are just kind of sitting. He slipped off. We're sitting, just kind of chatting, having wine. I want to try and kind of pump him for a little more info about how he's amassed this great wealth.
Okay. Give me a persuasion check.
Okay. That's gonna be a 26.
Ah. Are you familiar with the concept of compound interest?
Oh yes, of course.
Yes.
I can only presume.
And
That's
are you
beautiful.
familiar with buy low, sell high?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's what everyone says.
How about dollar cost averaging?
Okay, you're starting to lose me a little bit.
Yes. Well, suffice it to say that tidy sums of money invested at reoccurring set frequencies over a period of time tend to generate a bit of wealth.
Surely you must have come from some source of wealth initially to be able to put that back. Where are you getting it from?
I am a self-made man. I work for a living. I'm proud of it.
At what point would we have finished our looking around and disrupt this conversation?
Okay, so let's cut back to you guys in the yard. You just opened up this door and you see these mine tracks down below. What are you doing?
So right before we cut, and I swear this is true, I wanted to go now and tell these guys that something's up before we went
I know,
anywhere.
but you guys were spending some time there doing that, and then they've now spent some time talking to the mayor. So
I'm okay with the time. I
Yeah.
just didn't want you to think that we were ready to go down the tunnels, and then I heard that and meted my way out of it. So
Yeah. So at this point, we're even on time. So you guys are out there, and they're at this conversation point. So the guys out in the yard, what do you want to do?
one of us needs to go tell the other two what we found before they talk their way in the wrong direction. That's my concern.
When
Because we don't know that they've mastered this the way they have, right? So as far as we know, they could be accusing him already. So,
And also,
Um,
right now, we know the mayor's up to no good, and they're in a dangerous situation.
and here's the other thing: do we know that the marshal's on the up and up? Maybe they're in on it. Maybe she's in on it. You know, I don't even want to take it back to her at this point.
True.
I think one of us needs to go tell them what you found, and at least one of us needs to stay here by the doors in case somebody else comes poking around.
If I go, I can actually cast telepathy. I can communicate without speaking out, so I can tell them in their head what's going on.
You are hired, sir. As far as I'm concerned.
Before you go, Tarnuk, I'm going to actually use one of my psi powers and do telepathy on the two of you, so we could communicate back.
For this telepathy thing, I have a couple questions. Namely, what is the range, and do you have to be able to see the creature to talk with them?
For my character, the telepathy is only 30 feet, and I have to see them.
Okay.
Yeah. For mine, I have to see them when I perform it the first time, and then I have up to 1 mile of range.
Okay. So yours will work on the three of you are currently together, but the other two are not going to be able to be communicated with by either of your telepathies.
Yeah, he'll have to be. Tharnuk will have to be the go-between.
Okay. So what? So Tiberius cast it on the three of you so you can communicate, right?
Yeah. Mostly so we could talk to. So
Okay.
Tarnuk could fill us in on whatever's going on.
Okay. And then Tarnuk, are you going to find the other two?
Correct.
Okay, so you go up to the door, the guard's like, oh, there's another one. You're quickly ushered in to Chip, who is now talking with the mayor. Eros isn't to be seen at all.
Hey, buddy, I got our reward. I'm going to hand him off one of the bags of gold because he's way stronger than me.
I start collecting, I'm the hired muscle, so obviously it's my duty. But telepathically, you hear in your head, we found a secret tunnel underneath the granaries. The mayor or somebody's been stealing the grain from underneath the granaries. And they're in on it, probably.
I'm going to try and not let any of that show through my expressions. Go back to the mayor and say, so, this city really seems to be an agricultural powerhouse. What are you doing with the excess produce? I can only presume that's where perhaps some of the great amounts of gold you're able to accrue are from.
Excess. It was being stored up per an age-old agreement, but it was stolen. Stolen, all of it. Travesty, travesty. And I want to cut over to Eros. What were you doing when you slipped away?
So I slipped away to try and find the other two
Okay.
because I was suspicious immediately of him. I didn't. He seems too regal. I'm like, I don't like this. I don't trust humans normally, and he just seems like a sneaky thing.
Okay.
So I wanted to try and find my way back to the other two and go,
Just swap.
something's happening.
Yeah.
So as you're making your way back to the other two, you can see servants in the household and guards helping to pack things up. And it looks like it's moving day.
Yeah, he is beating feet, man.
And
SOB.
you make your way out to the yard where you find Aslan and Tiberius.
So I walk up and just lightly poke them. This there is some very interesting stuff going on here. He
and I
is
say, well,
beautifully
look at
garbed.
this. And as he's saying all this, I'm just opening the trap door.
Oh. Yes.
You were saying?
Yeah. I think we should kill him.
Well, the villagers need to know he did this to them first, and then we still have to figure out how to keep these Fae from exacting their vengeance if the mayor has done this to them. It's not. They shouldn't pay the price.
Yeah, but I don't think the Fae are going to care. So maybe the villagers should take this tunnel and get out of here. And first we could tell them about the mayor, and they'll probably kill him for us. So, and we'll just take all
Well,
the money.
as I was walking along, as I was sneaking away, I did see them packing an awful lot of something away. It seemed quite heavy. They seemed to be struggling a little bit. So perhaps there is still some remaining that could be provided to them. And obviously, this must go somewhere.
The granaries are empty. The cart below is empty. It is gone, and it probably paid for that garb he was wearing and whatever they're packing into the wagons, because they're getting out of town and leaving the villagers to pay the price. Whatever we do, we have to act now. And I don't know if we can trust the marshal.
I still say we kill him.
Well, I'm good. I'm good. With
Or
that.
bring him to her. She'll have lots of fun.
I like that better.
Shall we do that?
Let's go
And you
get-
can just see him grinning, twinkle in his eye. He's like, I am all for this.
Let's go get Chip and Tharnak and sort this out.
We can have a little bit of fun with him. He is someone who likes shiny things. Perhaps we can mention that there is additional treasure down where she is, and then leave him there. And he's grinning again.
If we want to take him up to that temple, he's going to know what's going on. They sent us up there to kill her.
I have my ways.
All right. Guys, what do we do? Open the suggestions.
So, Chip, your conversation with the mayor is cut short. He makes a hasty excuse and needs to leave. He takes his leave, and the guards escort you and who else was with you? It was Tharnak. Escort both of you outside. Thanking you
Now-
for your service.
We can. Tiberius can telepathically tell Tharnak what's happened, so that he can fill in Chip, so that we don't lose time trying to find each other.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
let them know we're coming back.
Hey, we can say then you guys have all reunited at this point.
Yeah, and where's the mayor and where's the wagons that are getting packed up? Are they like leaving town?
So the wagons appear as you are leaving the mansion or the estate. They appear to be being finalized. The gates are being closed. The tarps are being pulled down and tied up.
We have to act. We have to stop him from leaving.
How many
Yeah.
guards are we seeing?
There are 3 massive wagons.
Right? We should post up right in front of him with whatever guards and just tell the mayor, hey, we have some things to sort out. The time for finesse is over.
Yeah.
Okay, you
Smash
guys,
and grab.
just as this caravan is beginning to move, you guys head it off and stand in the way. One of the guards calls down at you.
Hey! Out of the way! What's the meaning of this?
Terribly important business. We got to catch the mayor before he goes. Where is he?
Oh, back that way? His personal private carriage will be following behind us shortly.
You know what? I'm just going to start looking in the carriages to see which one he's in.
Well, these are wagons.
Oh, these are wagons. Where's his carriage? That's what I want to find.
You don't see a carriage.
What's in the wagons? Is it?
The guards are trying to stop you from looking in the wagons. You can't look in there. What's the meaning of this? What do you think you're doing?
I'm looking. Stop me. Roll initiative, guard.
The guards try to impose themselves and prevent you from doing that, but these guys are so out of shape. Whatever training they have, their skills have eroded. You guys easily subdue them and are able to look into these wagons. They are filled with furniture and other household belongings. You don't see like bags of gold or anything. It looks like you packing up his mansion, his estate, to go elsewhere.
Do we have any idea where he went?
He just took his leave. Though I'm thinking, had that interesting tunnel obviously leading off to somewhere that they presumably took the grain, I would bet that could double as an escape route.
And we left nobody back there to stop him. God bless it.
And he went through his little secret hatch in his manor and hopped down there and is currently making his getaway.
All right.
The tunnel? Run.
To the tunnel.
I think we
Let's
run
go.
to the tunnel.
I blew it.
Okay, you guys book it to the tunnel. You're at the tunnel.
Down.
All right.
I hop in the cart and get ready to go.
What cart?
Yeah.
Didn't you say there was like a mine cart there? Or
There
was it just the tracks?
There was.
There was.
Are we gonna Temple of Doom this?
Okay. I just start running as fast as I can.
All right, so you guys are all down in this tunnel booking it then?
Yes.
All right, you guys are booking it down through there.
Do we hear the sound of this cart rumbling along the rail?
You guys are booking it, and after a time, you do hear the sound of several carts rumbling along the rail. And eventually, you catch up to the mayor and his entourage. Several guards, some servants, they're pushing along these carts. The carts are filled with treasure, gemstones, gold, and the like. The guards spot you and the mayor calls out,
What is the meaning of this?
Stop or
the
we'll
meaning of
stop
this?
you. Actually, don't let me. I've got no intimidation. Let someone who can do it do it.
What he said.
Bring me their heads. I'll have none of this.
the guards approach you, and like the guards above, they are no match for your expertise and combat prowess, and you overcome them. You now have the mayor before you, shouting obscenities, saying that he won't stand for it.
I would say we tie him up, collect him, collect the treasure in the hopes that that'll appease the Fae, and maybe tell the townspeople, run just in case.
Yep,
Like
I agree.
Yeah.
I 100% agree with that course of action.
we should have the guards help us take the treasure, you know.
So you have
Indentured labor.
you've bound up the mayor then?
Correct.
Okay. He's protesting the entire way, shouting, screaming at you, demanding his release.
And I gag him.
Just as you're gagging him, he says,
But I can pay! I can pay!
Yeah, I gag him. I gag him and then I slap him.
okay, you do so.
I want to pop up a quick detect magic just on the mayor's person, just to make sure he doesn't have any sort of like holdout, get out of jail free card in his pocket somewhere that might be
Okay.
able to throw us off.
You don't detect any magic on the mayor.
Okay.
Okay.
What's the game plan?
We're gonna get the carts back up to where the trapdoor is,
Mhm.
because we're not gonna be able to lift all that treasure out ourselves. Bring the mayor up with his cronies or whatever,
Mhm.
and try to gather the townspeople ASAP.
Okay. You got the mayor, cronies together. It takes probably an hour or so to gather the remaining townsfolk together, but you eventually have them all there, and you gathered them, telling them enough to get their interest so that they would want to come and see and learn more about what's going on. And they're now all gathered around.
So we and at the granaries, at the fake granaries that have never been full.
Yes. Okay.
And so for Chip and Arrows, who can persuade, we want to show them the trapdoor, his riches, and that he's sold them out to the Fae, and we need to resolve this quickly. He's caused a real problem. We need to figure out what to do.
All right, you explain all this, you show the proof, and the next thing you know, you have a mob of villagers trying to get at the mayor.
Do we see Captain Iron Sky and how she's responding to this as well?
She's outraged as well.
I want to try and like redirect the crowd's anger that what is becoming this unruly mob. I want to try and persuade them that we are going to take him for his just punishment. We're going to distribute a small amount of this wealth to each of you in the hopes it can get you a new start, but you need to flee in case that this doesn't work. And I do mean a very small amount of this treasure.
Do we know whether the amount of treasure would be enough to settle the tithe, based on the information?
Well,
So
we have the mayor, we have the guards and the servants that are in on it, plus the treasure, plus the guards previously that were killed that went up there. So there's already part of the tithe there that would count, maybe.
So you guys, you have the calculations about all the harvest that was due. And you have all of these mine carts full of gems and gold and platinum. And just doing some quick mental math, you're pretty sure that you have the monetary equivalent of an entire year's worth of harvest and more. What the mayor said about compound interest and dollar cost averaging was not a joke. He did quite well for himself, it would appear.
Okay. So we could probably distribute some of the extra wealth, perhaps, to the people, and then still give them the tithe. Or do we try and sweeten the deal and say, here is what was owed plus interest?
I'd say the latter.
Yeah.
I'm afraid they won't. We need to offer them something extra because we're still not giving them what they asked for. It's just money, you know.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Perhaps we can convince her to put, instead of, just killing the mayor, he obviously has a business acumen, put him to work. The Fae are known for tricky deals and general enslavement through contracts.
But
Enslave him.
They got to make it hurt. Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus, we do owe her for the broken door, so.
So the plan is to pay the gold and treasure with interest to the Lady of Ill Fortune, plus sell the Lord Mayor into slavery.
To try and give him his just desserts and appease them as best we can.
I see.
Or she could kill him, whatever she wants to do.
As opposed,
Yeah.
although if the mob really wants him, I mean, my thought is, oh no, stop,
Yeah.
So the villagers and Marshal Iron Sky agree that turning the mayor over to the Fae seems like a just punishment, and they're happy to take a portion of the treasure that has been accumulated to help them rebuild their lives, which they agree is best done elsewhere, just in case.
Yeah.
Okay,
I guess then we hustle back.
All right, once that's all accomplished, you guys go with these mine carts of treasure, which you could probably transfer to a wagon or something for better transport. And you
use the furniture wagons.
Yeah.
and you get back to the temple after a couple days travel, and you've made your way into the audience hall of the Lady of Ill Fortune. Ah, back, I see. Well, how did it go? Who is this you have trussed up like a stuffed pig, waiting to go on a spit?
Well, this would be the ultimate instigator of this whole debacle. We figured it best to allow you to impose whatever punishment you deem fit.
No, this will not do. I did not want the party responsible. I wanted the tithe.
Now,
Honey, you should say that. Would it please you if I present you both the tithe and the despicable being who did this?
Would greatly please me. So, how much grain and produce are we talking?
not grain and produce, but a financial recompense of equal value. Is it equal?
I believe it'd be a little bit greater.
Greater than.
A little bit greater than originally thought. Jewels and gems, which you could then use for a whole manner of things.
Jewels and gems and baubles you bring, along with the party responsible.
Indeed.
I find this most satisfactory. If you don't mind, she gives some quick instructions to those crazy-looking girls, and they run on off with their dollies, and they come back later having inspected what you brought. Big, wide grins on their faces. They nod at the... What happened there? My cat is pressing the buttons on my keyboard. I'm like, why are windows popping up? Okay. And she confers with her associates and says, yes. All appears to be in order. We shall call off the executioners. Take this one here and the treasures and be on our way then. You guys...
The mayor also said he wanted a doll.
Yes.
He's gagged.
Put a doll in his hands, and one of these hideous girls smiles wickedly, scampers over with a doll. She pulls out of her robes and stuffs it in the mayor's hands. The mayor's eyes go wide and his face goes pale. And this look comes in his eyes and he begins to tremble. And he wets himself. You can practically smell the fear radiating from him. And the Lady of Ill Fortune says, I believe all is in order now. We shall take this one here back to our lord along with the payment that is due. And we wish you and yours the best. We do apologize for this misunderstanding, this inconvenience of, well, slaughtering half the village. But, you know, if these things happen...
They do indeed. Yes.
Bygones are bygones.
They are.
Well,
All right.
we'll go back and check on the villagers one more time.
The villagers have mostly left. There are some stragglers, but most have taken their loot and gone on to reconstruct their lives elsewhere, where it is perhaps a little bit safer. But you have successfully thwarted the problem with the Fae and paid off what was due the Fae. Congratulations. You guys
That
have
was
won.
Victory.
Pretty awesome, Mr. Luke.
And you guys didn't even keep any of the treasure for yourselves.
Surprisingly enough, we did get a reward that it worked.
Yeah, we got 2,000 gold sitting in our pockets, right?
That's true.
Oh, that's right. That's right. The mayor gave you 2,000 gold. Okay, that's pretty good. You were promised 500, so that you actually got better than to start with. Well done.
Yeah, we got 400 each. So everybody made out except for the mayor. So that sounds like a win-win.
Yep. All right. Well done, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna wrap it up right there. Thank you guys for playing. Stay on the Zoom call. I'm just gonna close out the live stream here. So everybody on the stream, thanks for hanging out with us. Hope you enjoyed that. They did not have that big final boss fight, but they found an alternative method to solving the issue. All right, we're out of here. I gotta find my buttons so I can close this thing. My buttons.
My button.